Hello, my Teaserking family. How is everybody today? I am fine. Back from swim. Went to stop it. Got to go a few groceries, and that be it. I was yesterday college football. Let's review those scores. So once you have things figured out, most of the time they come in. Sometimes they don't. But more often than not, they will. You just have to have the right idea. So first game, Western Michigan Central. Western wins 38-28. We got over 51. It's a 76. Second game, Ball State, Northern Illinois, 20-17. That was an upset. Ball State, the Z team, got the win. And in the third game, Ohio 20, Buffalo 10. We had Ohio minus the 1. So I have Ohio, I win, the over in Western. I don't play Ball State because I don't like 9.5. And Ball State actually beats Northern Illinois, which is surprising. Today, we've got Bowling Green 9.5, 40.5, up from 8.5. We've got Miami of Ohio 17.5, 38.5, down from 40. And we've got Toledo 18.5, 47. That hasn't moved. We'll do till Friday. Louisville 20.5, 50.5 to Virginia. Lou Lafayette 10.5 and 52.5. And then we got SMU 16.5, 67. And we got UNLV 5.5, 51.5. And then we go to Ella fucking Bama 10.5. So let's talk about this. We'll come back and do the other lines. So today, if I look at the games, I got Bowling Green 9.5. Kent, Bowling Green's an under team. Kent's a Z team. Bowling Green gives up 25. Kent a 33. So why don't we break it down in conference, because play the Michigans and it really skews it up. So Bowling Green, let's see what they really are. Let's look at their last four. Against Ohio, they lost. See, they got Michigan in here 31-6, and they got Georgia Tech. They actually beat Georgia Tech. So let's go from the Ohio game. So that's their last 3-6. That's the last 6. We won't include Michigan. They're all over the place. They score 7 on Ohio, give up. They score 38 on Georgia Tech, get shut out by Miami of Ohio. Buffalo, beat Akron, beat Ball State. So they've won the last 3. If you go from Ohio, 45, 80, and 50 is 130 divided by 6 is about 25 a game, is 150. So it's about 22 a game. Yeah, they're an under, so that makes sense. Let's see what their defense is. Really, they only gave up 38 to Ohio. Otherwise, it's 227s. Then the last 3 have been 14, 14, 21. They're probably giving up about 20. I got 25, so it's probably a little bit less. Let's call that like a 22. And let's look at Kent. So they've won their last 3, beating a pretty good Buffalo team. Akron's a Z, and Ball State is also a Z. So 2 of their wins, the last 2 have been against Z teams. And they're playing a Z team with Kent. So we got the 3rd Z team tonight. The MAC, so many Z teams. But it's kind of hard because they do have to play the Michigans and the Georgias and, these teams out of conference. Tennessee, Of course, they're going to get shut out, and then they look bad. But that's why I want to just see them in conference. Kent State. Let's see what they've done the last 4 or 5 games. So this is called micro, more microeconomics, but micro is individual versus the macro is the whole, right? So think about it like that. Macro is the whole U.S., but micro is just, whatever, like football or, So when they talk going forward on 4th down, they do a macro approach and say, well, for the whole league, there's been so many times attempting a 4th down and so many times converting it, which is the stupidest stat in the world because you don't give a fuck because you're not playing the whole league. You're just playing St. Louis today or Pittsburgh or whoever. So you need to know the 4th down for those teams, right? So if you're playing for Cincinnati, what's the 4th down against Cincinnati? Inside my territory, inside theirs, at the goal line, and then you'll have a better look at it. Let's see. Went to the doctor and got the answers. 2 types of medication. I don't know what a leukocyte is. All right. Anyway, so really what you're trying to do is get apologize for that. That was Jenna. She went to the doctor. I don't know. It's a leukocyte. But anyway, so there's the big overall, and then you want to get down to the point. So I want to know is if I play Cincinnati and I go for it on 4th down, is it a 10% chance I'll get it? Is it a 90%? So you're really looking at that. So that's what I really want to know. I don't need to know, geez, going for 4th down appears to be a good thing when it really is the stupidest thing in the world, especially in your own territory. There's too much risk versus reward. If you get it, what have you gained? Nothing. If you don't get it, you're giving them the ball at the 20 or 30 or 40, you're going to lose the game 9 times out of 10 probably. So now let's look at Kent. Let's go back to where do you want to go? They got killed by UCF 56-6. They got killed by Arkansas 28-6. They got killed by Fresno 53-10. So you wonder why they're a Z team. So we've got to go into the MAC. So the last 5 games, Ohio, Miami of Ohio, Eastern Michigan, Buffalo, and Akron. Now let's see how Kent really is. And they're not much better versus that. They even lost to Akron, the Z team. So they've scored 20, 30, 20 and 20, 20 and 40, 67 in 5 games, which is it's like 12 points a game, right? 12 is 60. So they're scoring a whopping 12, which is why they're a Z team. And they're giving up 20, 60, 90, 115, 150. They're giving up 30 a game. So a little bit better than the 33. So pretty close to what we had them at. They don't score. So you got Bowling Green here, 9.5. So let's go into Bowling Green. And let's just check their quarterback. The Bowlers, Basilek, 13 of 21, 128 yards, 2 touchdowns against Ball State, who is a Z team. Orth is the running quarterback. Well, he didn't really run. Stewart, a rusher, 15. I notice when I go into these box scores, that's what I'm looking at. I don't see a whole lot of the teams that have runners that go for 150 yards always win. Georgia, Oregon, Washington, they're balanced, right? Michigan. When you don't have the running attack, you're fucked. A second. Jenna's arguing with me about sugar. I said she's got whatever, and I says, well, just cut your sugars, you'll be fine. And she's like, what will sugar have to do with it? And I'm trying to say sugar kills you. Stop your sugar and fast, but she won't listen. She's too hard-headed. If you know sugar kills everybody, and you tell somebody to stop with the sugar, you think they would get it. It's like smoking. Smoking is going to kill you. And you tell somebody to stop smoking and they kind of ignore you. Like, what does smoking have to do with my kidney? Or whatever my problem is. And it's like, it's got everything to do with it. It's poison in your body. Anyway. So the teams that can run are much better. I apologize, but she's just went to the doctor and it's 8:30 there now. So she goes to bed pretty, a little bit. Anyway, so Bowling Green we know is a under team. So the best wins against Buffalo 24-14. And then somehow they beat Georgia Tech, which I could only assume is a bunch of turnovers. They put up 41 on Akron, 24 on Ball State and Buffalo. So they can score a little bit. And Kent's really weak scoring. So, Bowling Green, 9.5. So a little bit. We don't want to go over a field goal, but that's okay. So that's how you micro look at things, is you drill into, we see what Bowling Green is, but let's just see them in the MAC. And more so for these little teams, the Sun Belt teams, the Appalachian States, the Bowling Greens. Not so much, not in the big conferences, although we did find Kentucky really has a 33 defense when you pulled out the shutout against, whatever Division II team it was or high school team. When we looked at Kentucky in conference, they'd given up 50 points to Georgia. Hey, Greg and John. They'd given up 50 points to Georgia. So when we really looked at Kentucky, they were not a very strong defensive team. Hence, we went over with the Tennessee game, and it went over. And now we get them against Alabama, I believe. And they're not really a 22 defense. They're really like a 30 defense. So what's Alabama going to do against the 30 defense? They're going to kill them. So Akron, Miami of Ohio. We know Akron sucks. A 29 defense. They're a Z. They were able to score on Kent last week. That's why I like Bowling Green more. Is Akron beat Kent, so Bowling Green should handle them. This game, Akron is at Miami of Ohio. They did lose to Toledo, and now the question is their quarterback. Gabbert's out, but I think the other quarterback I'm not sure on. I don't think I saw much injuries, but we'll check it. And then Eastern Toledo. Eastern's an under team with a 23 defense. And Toledo is the strongest team. They beat Miami. They're the best MAC team. They're laying 18. Again, I think this is probably to clinch the division. It's a big number, 18 against Eastern, who's an under team, but they play pretty good defense. Why don't we go into that one? So Toledo and Eastern. Let's just look at the MAC games. See, in here they beat TXS, which is Texas State, I believe, 71-3. I don't think it's Texas State. I think it's something else. I think it's a high school team. But see how it skews their 71 points against a team like TXS, which we don't know what TXS is. Texas Southern, maybe? I don't know what that is. Anyway, so let's just look at the MAC games. 49 on Western Michigan, 35 on Northern Illinois, 41 on UMass, 13 on Ball State, 21 on Miami of Ohio, and 31 on Buffalo. So they're going to score in the 30s, looks like. And they give up, Northern Illinois and Western put up 30 on them. And the last four have been 24, 6, 17, 13. So overall, 30 and 30 is 60. 91, 20 divided by 6 is 20 points a game. So they give up 20. Where are they? Toledo. Yeah, I got them giving up 19, giving up 20. So it's getting to the point where there's enough games where it kind of skews out the high school game. Good quarterback, good offense. Eastern. So they lost to Western 45-21, Northern Illinois 2013. They beat the Cat and the Ball State. So their wins come against the Z teams, and that's it. And they beat Howard. They beat me 33-23. Let's go back to the last 5 games, and they've all been in the 20s, so they're going to get 22. So really maybe not an under. Maybe they're an E. And what do they give up? 40, 50, 70, and 40s, 115, 120 divided by 5. And 20, about 22 a game, 23 versus, yeah, right at, that's what they are, 23. So this is pretty close to reality. So Western blew them up, and Northern Illinois beat them. And again, they beat Kent State and Ball State. So they're beating the Z teams. So then when you really get into it against the better teams, they're getting killed. So we like Toledo then. So Toledo's probably a play here tonight. If we look at the standings, I mean, this is the West standings. They're 8-1. Central's 5-4. It's them against Miami of Ohio. They've already beaten Miami of Ohio. So they'll have to play them in the championship. So it's not like they need it to win the conference. I would think they already have it. Well, maybe they need it because there's 3 or 4 more games to play. So mathematically they might need it, but look for them to kill Eastern, who's really not that good, and Toledo is. So anyway, that's microeconomics. So when they say macro, you're looking at the country. But when you say micro, you're looking at you might look at the car industry versus the GDP of the country, right? Something like that. All right. So I'm just doing today's games like that just to show you something else. So let's go to Saturday's lines. Alabama 7 against Kentucky. Alabama's on a roll. I can't see them losing. And the way they're playing, they'll just slowly pull away from them. At Kentucky, they just beat LSU. I don't think they'll be flat. Okay, well, good for the Rams. Where's Stenson Benson? Why isn't he playing? South Carolina 13.5, 57.5. Where are they? Here it is. That really hasn't moved. I don't know. South Carolina's not that good. Vanderbilt scores a lot. Maybe they can stay close. VTech, BC 1.5, 48.5. Hasn't really moved. A couple of E teams playing each other. Clemson 14.5, 55.5. This is an intriguing game. Clemson, we can't figure them out, and Georgia Tech, we can't figure them out. Where was Clemson last week? How the hell did they do that to Notre Dame with the backup running back? That's one reason that I like it. The running back was out. Shipley, the other one, comes in and then he goes for 200 yards. You're like, well, what the fuck? Why aren't you playing that guy if he's that good? This is what I don't understand about coaches. They've got talent. They should find a way to get this backup running back in. If he can go for 200 yards against fucking Notre Dame, you're not playing this guy? And you're the head coach, right? And you wonder why you're losing all these games when you got a guy like this sitting on your bench. Use your assets, man. So I don't know. I think it's a big number for Georgia Tech. They've been playing relatively good. They're very explosive. Yeah, they're not a good defense either, but I don't think Clemson can really light them up. And I think after Notre Dame win, Clemson could be a little flat. I just think probably will keep them in there. What do we do with this game? Michigan 5.5, 45.5. So I've been looking at it and feeling it out. So what I do is I go to the Ohio State game and I kind of go, well, let's compare Penn State at Ohio State to this game. Very similar competition, right? All right, so what do we do with this? So let's go back to the Penn State game a couple weeks ago, and what was that score? How many weeks ago was it? Week 7. Week 8. Okay, week 8. So Ohio State wins the game 20-12. Penn State scores real late. They had a terrible penalty, which cost them the touchdown on the pass interference, and they sacked the quarterback and get a fumble, which turned that game around. Now they play a 32. They keep it 20-12. At that time, Penn State was an 8 defense. Now we have Penn State as a 12 defense, so pretty good. Michigan's been a 7. Yeah, it's a salad with tuna. And I got my pita and my avocado. So when I went into the stats, Penn State's got a better running attack than Michigan. And a little better defense. And yeah, I think they have a little better defense. No, Michigan's got the 7 defense. Penn State's got a better running attack, I think. It's real close, let's say. So what do you do with this? 5.5. Do I want Michigan even? Do I want Penn State in 12? Now, keep in mind, yes, they lost by 8 to Ohio State, but really they scored real late in the game to do it, or they were down 20-6. Now, again, their defense would have scored the touchdown, except for the stupid penalty, but that wasn't the offense scoring. So what I'm driving at is, what's the offense going to do against Michigan? They couldn't do anything against Ohio State's defense. It's very similar to Michigan's. What's Michigan going to do against Penn State? We have no idea. We haven't seen them play a good team yet. Now, we've seen them against Nebraska, who is a fairly good defense. They put out 50 points. We saw them against Rutgers with a pretty good defense. They put up 35 points. But Ohio State against Rutgers last week puts up 35 also. So maybe that's not a big deal. I got a 7 defense and a 12 defense, but we watched Texas and Oklahoma, and we said, you know what? Even though they have great defenses, they still scored 60 points. Then we watched Oregon and Washington, who has very strong defenses. They played to 69, and the idiot Oregon coach kicked 2 field goals, didn't kick 2 field goals, so they should have been in the 70s. So in these big games, there's 2 things working. 1, you play the dog, and 2, you kind of ignore the defense being a 7 and a 12. However, in the Ohio State game, you tease the dog, Penn State, you would have won. And they went under. They didn't go over because Ohio State doesn't have an Oregon or an Oklahoma offense. Michigan doesn't really. I don't know what their offense is. They seem to have guys open. Their quarterback, he seems to be playing better. I'm not convinced. I saw him in the big game against TCU. He didn't show up. Threw two pick sixes. I expect Penn State to put pressure on them. I don't think Michigan is going to run it down their throat like they do these other teams. I honestly think this is an under. And/or do I feel comfortable with Penn State in 11.5? I feel a little bit more comfortable with them at home. I'm not sure how comfortable I feel going against Michigan, like going against Alabama or going against Georgia. Like, it's just, you don't really want to do that. So here going against I thought I gave you a free pick yesterday. My favorite free pick yesterday is San Diego against Detroit, getting 7.5. That's my free pick. I'll probably have a college one coming up as soon as we walk through this. It's hard because you get so worn out during the week that by Tuesday, I got to clean my mind up. So we just talked about the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday games, and now I've had a chance to really dig into these games last night, so we can talk about these. So to me, I think it's an under because I don't think Penn State's didn't move on Ohio State. It's going to do a lot here. Let's give Michigan credit for defense. Okay, they haven't played anybody. Again, no, they haven't played an offensive team yet. We're only at week 11. What the fuck kind of, how this team could be ranked in the top 25 with this schedule is beyond me. It's like anything. You got to win, right? It's like I was watching this chess movie, Queen's Gambit, and she had to beat 1700s and 18, all these, whatever these mean. But I guess the better player you are, the higher your score. So she had to beat all these guys to keep going. Well, they should do that in college football. They should rank the teams and say, okay, you beat a bunch of 200s. Well, okay, that's nice. And then here's Ohio State beating Penn State, who's a 2000, and Notre Dame, who's a 2000, and Michigan beats 200s. So that's what you have. You really don't know. I don't think Penn State can do what TCU did. They don't have the offense. They don't have the skill set. What, I got a bone in my tuna? My can of tuna? So from that standpoint, I'm leaning towards the dog in the under. Is there anything I can see? Let's go into Penn State. Or let's go into my college. No, I already did. Let's go into the boys here. So Penn State is 8-1, 2-1. Penn State just destroyed Maryland, beat Indiana, loses to Ohio State at Ohio State 20-12. UMass, that doesn't count. Northwestern, that doesn't count. Iowa, okay, but they beat them at home. Illinois and West Virginia. So again, the best team they played, Ohio State, they lost 20-12. Then they gave up 24 to Indy, who really sucks, and then 15 to Maryland, which is good. So you can't go by the stat. You can, because of the quality of the team. So they're beating a bunch of 200s, and then they get to Ohio State, and they lost to the 2000. But when we get in, let's go into the details. Penn State, Eller. Okay, so here's your first problem. 18 out of 42. The game was 10-6 at half. 10-6 going into the fourth quarter, and you're 18 of 42. One touchdown, no interception. Why? And it's only for 190 yards. Why are you throwing the ball 42 times? And if you are, why are you only getting 18 out of 42? I don't know how many sacks. It doesn't show me sacks here. Rushing, nothing. Kieran Allen, 9 for 26. Eller he must have got sacked 7 times because it says negative 23 yards. Singleton, 9 for 48. That's it. So they got 2 running backs on their team. They both rushed 9 times for 48 and 20. So Singleton should have rushed more to do it. Receiving, nothing. Lambert Smith, 6 for 52. So against Ohio State, they didn't run the ball. Could they not run the ball or just passing? Pretty pathetic, right? So, but they played them 10-6 through 3 quarters. And then even that, it's 20 to 6 in the fourth, and they score real late to make it 20-12. Why would you go for 2 when 20 to 13, then you just need the touchdown, the extra point to 20-20? Why would you go? Now you need, if you do score, then you need the 2-point conversion to tie. It seems so stupid. Now let's look at Ohio State. 22 of 35, 286 yards and a touchdown. Where's the Penn State defense? Didn't really show up. Let's look at the rushing. M. Williams, 24 carries, 62 yards for Ohio State. And that's really it. Titanium, 9 for 22. And that's it. Receiving, Marvin Harrison, 11 of 162, 135-yard touchdown. And that's it. That's all Ohio State has. Stover, 4 for 70. So they were able to throw the ball on him, but really didn't run it on him, right? A little bit. Williams, 24. So they scored 20 on him. So it wasn't like a 40. This is not an Oregon, Washington offense, Oklahoma offense, Penn State, or Ohio State for that matter. So let's look at Michigan. What is the big deal about them? All right, they have a 7 defense supposedly. Do they fucking really? Well, all right. East Carolina. Oh, that's a big team. Vegas puts up 7. Bowling Green, as we have seen, is a under team. So they're not the Z team. Rutgers 31-7. Nebraska 45-7. Minnesota 52-10. Indiana 52-7. Michigan State 49-0. And Purdue 41-13. So Purdue got the big 13 on them. Best team they played. Purdue, Rutgers, certainly wasn't Michigan State, Indiana, Minnesota. So let's see what Purdue did. So big Purdue, Carr, 12 of 28, 144 yards and a touchdown and a pick. Tracy, 11 for 61. See, there's just no running. That's it. This is why Purdue sucks. So he goes 12 for 28, 144. This guy's going to try to throw 40 times. Well, let's look at – so we see they were able to run Tracy 11 times for 61 yards, and this Maccabee 13 for 38. So they got some running against Michigan. Now, is this when it was 41? It was 20-6 at half. Carr, not very good, but he's 12 of 28 for 144 yards. Okay. Michigan, McCarthy, 24 of 37 for 335 yards. Expect that against Penn State? No. There'll be a couple interceptions, I would think. He ran 4 times for minus 31, so he got sacked 4 times. Blake Corum, 15 for 44. So they really didn't run the ball that well. Stanley Morgan must be a receiver who did an end around 1 for 44. That's some bullshit. That tells me a lot when you got to go to reverse because your regular plays aren't working. So McCarthy, 24-37, but no touchdowns and no picks. Receivers, Russell Wilson, 9 for 143. All right. So, it does give sacks. They only had one sack in the game against Purdue. Very interesting. So we know Corum's the running back, and that's all they've got. They scored 41 points on Purdue. They got 1 interception. Purdue actually got 2 sacks. Gordon got 2 sacks on him. Another guy so they sacked him 3 times. Okay. Hey, Todd. Okay, I'm glad you did. Yeah, the Jets was surprising, to say the least. I got you with Mizzou. Well, they're the hot teams: Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma State. Big game this week: Florida State, Miami. I'd say Alabama's pretty hot also. I got a 35-unit lock going, and I had 2 super strong locks going. Can't believe the spreads that I'm seeing, so I'm jumping on it. This is the biggest lock I've had this year going this weekend. And one's a pro college, and I'll have some more college. Been waiting on quarterbacks, like SMU. If their quarterback plays, that could be Rice's quarterback. Looks like he's out. Vegas's quarterback. A lot of quarterback injuries. LSU. I love LSU. Florida. If Daniels plays, but he's hurt, and then we're waiting on a quarterback. On the other, we're waiting on Rice, their quarterback. That would be a good over with UTSA, but I don't think he's playing the quarterback, Daniels. So we can't really do much there. So right now we're trying to handle Michigan and Penn State. And judging by this, I mean, we have no bearing on Michigan because of their lack of scheduling any team that's any good. That's the Purdue game. I mean, what are we going to look at? I guess we'll look at the Minnesota game. McCarthy, 14 of 20 for 219 yards. Corum ran 9 for 69. Mullen. So Michigan's actually passing the ball a little bit more. 52 to 10. Let's look at Minnesota. All right. So Kelakamanis, who sucks, 5 of 15, 52 yards, 1 touch, 2 picks. They had a 40-yard run guy and a 45-yard run guy. Let's look at Michigan, how many sacks they had. 1, 2. There was 2 sacks. Did Minnesota get any sacks? No, but Purdue did. Now, Penn State's quarterback's very good. He's like 22-2 touchdown to interception this year. He's better than Michigan's quarterback by 1 or 2. So quarterback play, but he didn't show up against Ohio State. Now, I know it means a lot that it's Penn State. It's at Penn State. Definitely means a lot. So this is a big noon game at Penn State. Why it's on at noon is ridiculous. TK ever do college basketball? Not really. I mean, I'm busy with football till the Super Bowl. Basketball starts in January, or starts now, I guess. So I don't have time for college basketball. I don't really have an interest in it. It's so bad. I mean, now it's one and done, and then there's a bunch of nobodies. It's hard enough football with the transfer portals, and you're seeing who the good quarterbacks are. I don't really do much. It's probably more of a trend sport to do, but anyway. So again, it's a noon game at Penn State. Penn State's going to be fired up. The question is, can they win the game? Now, Penn State, you think, has a 12 defense. Michigan State's a 7, but because they haven't played anybody. Their defense has been outstanding against nobody. The games at Penn State, I guarantee you Penn State makes this a game. Can they win the game? So do we want Michigan in even here? Is that something we would think of? Do we want Penn State even? Or Michigan even? Do we want Penn State in 12? Is that a better? Yeah, I think they'll keep it close like the Ohio State game. And I think Michigan, hasn't shown anything against – they haven't played anybody. So are they really – what are they going to do? So they did kill Maryland last week, who's a good offensive team. I think the odds on Penn State pulling the upset are probably pretty good here. Do I like the over or the under? I think you got to go under with these defenses, the 7 and the 12. Hey, Todd. Does Penn State have injuries, or are they just questionables? I don't think that's keeping me off of that. Let's look. I've checked injuries before. Normally I'm looking at quarterbacks, and if there's like a Barkley or, some superstar in it, but let's see. It's who it is, and are they out? Yeah, Penn State. See, questionable, 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 questionable. So they have three wide receivers questionable. You know they're playing. All the questionables are playing. If you can walk, you're playing against Michigan. This is their biggest game. 2 wide receivers are out. Running back, another receiver out. So they have wide receiver issues, and yet they threw the ball 50 times against Ohio State. Defensive tackle. These August injuries, I don't care. Wide receiver September, the backup quarterback, I don't care. So that leaves you, since September 30th, they got 1 offensive lineman. They've got 2, 4, 6 guys out, 7 guys, 6 guys. 6 guys since September 30th, an old lineman, 2 wide receivers, a running back who I never heard of, a defensive end, a safety. These were all September 30th. Well, they didn't have any problem against Ohio State 2 weeks ago, so that doesn't count. The October 28th, so they've lost 2 receivers. Okay. They got another one questionable, and they got 3 questionables. So they're hurting wide receiver wise. So that, yes, makes the game more attractive as an under. A defensive end, I'm sure he's playing. Running back, I'm sure he's playing. So the wide receivers will play. All I know is when Notre Dame played, Joe Montana was at Notre Dame. He was the eighth string quarterback. So they carry 8 strings, right? Let's see, Michigan. Yeah, they're a lot lighter on injuries. They've been putting a lot of, like Michigan State's been putting Michigan State put 100 guys on as questionable. Yeah, here they are. Michigan, wide receiver questionable. Running back out. Stokes, never heard of. Wide receiver out. Forbes, never heard of. So, yeah, I mean, Michigan doesn't have the same injury problems, but Penn State's really, it's just wide receiver. Now, is that why they're struggled against Ohio State? Probably. Will that make them struggle against Michigan? Probably. Can they run against Michigan? Well, they're going to have to. Absolutely. So to answer your under question, yeah, I'm very tempted to take it. Michigan likes to run the ball, and they're going to do this passing, but they're not like Oklahoma, Washington, Oregon, where they pile it on. I mean, Washington, USC, 52-42. If Michigan played USC, it would never be 52-42. They wouldn't. I would be surprised. Michigan would run the ball on them, and that's what Michigan does. They wouldn't. They're not an explosive team. So, yes, I lean towards the under. And the fact that Ohio State's been scoring, and Penn State, it was a 20-12. Okay, so they don't score at the end. It's 20-6. It's still not a high-scoring game. So, yes, Penn State's got the injuries to the wide receivers. So, the under is very appealing. Is the under is very appealing. Is the dog very appealing? Do we want 12 points? Can they win at home? They'll be fired up. This is their whole season right here. They have to win this game because they've lost to Ohio State. 2 losses, they're fucked. They play Michigan very strong at home, not at Michigan. Michigan killed them last year at Michigan, like 45-0. Matchup favors Michigan, but Penn State at home is a very strong in this rivalry. This is revenge. It's a rivalry. I can't play Michigan here, yet I feel it'll be a close game and probably low scoring. So I agree. I think the under is the way to go here. 51.5. Who the fuck's betting this game over? 44.5 to 45.5. Is it Michigan's offense that you're betting on? They haven't played. I mean, they haven't played. What's Minnesota, 23 defense. Purdue, a 31 defense. Northwestern, a 24 defense. Didn't play Wisconsin. Where's the rest of my Big Teners? They didn't play. Indiana's a 28. Maryland's a 24. They haven't played. Nebraska's a 19. Probably the best defense they played. They still have Penn State, Maryland, Ohio State to play. Maryland they'll kill, but Ohio State has double revenge on their mind. As I remind you, C.J. Stroud fans, preferably Alex, that he didn't show up in those games. Biggest game of his career, he doesn't show up. So that's why I'm not very high on him. Joe Montana showed up in college. So I think the under is the way to go here. I think it's the only way to really go here. Do you really want to bet on Penn State in 12? Are you that confident? Do you want to fuck with Michigan? Again, we don't know. There's a lot of risk in taking Penn State here. The fact that he threw 50 times against Ohio State and they didn't score. I mean, so I don't know. You need a running attack, right? Penn State's going to need to run the ball against Michigan, especially with all the receivers out. So I don't know what Penn State's throwing 50 times against Ohio State and they don't have receivers, but I think that'll show up. So I don't know that I could take Penn State, but it is a revenge game. They are at home. It is do or die for them. You'll get a very good performance. So yes, the under looks like the play. All right. Enough of that game, but there's all those insights. I'm trying to show you how to pick the game and what to go with, but be careful. You don't really want to fuck with, now we know Michigan hasn't beaten anybody, but we know they're still a pretty good team. Are they a top 10 team? We don't know. If they go into Penn State and beat them 24-0, now we can call them a top 5 team. But at this point, we can't. All right. South Florida, 7.5, 67.5 to Temple. South Florida's an over team, give up 37. Temple's a W team, gives up 36. The problem with the Navy bet last week is I didn't make it, but Navy's not a really strong offensive team. Your strength has to go against their weakness. South Florida can light up Temple because South Florida scores 35 points a game. They can light you up, but Navy can't. They don't run that kind of off. They play low scoring games. So it's not a team you want to take as a favorite. Maybe you take them as the dog or a under against the Army or the Air Force, but you don't take them to beat, even though Temple's bad. But South Florida, you can do that with. All right. Texas Tech, Kansas. Kansas 4.5, 60.5. They were 3.5. Now they're 4.5. They are on a roll. They beat Oklahoma. They beat Iowa State with a good defense against Texas Tech. Texas Tech's a B team, 26. Their backup quarterback's playing, but he's not bad, Morton. Kansas, their backup quarterback, Bean, who's better than Daniels. I don't mind him at all. Daniels, see, this is the problem with the running quarterback. Daniels runs, gets hurt. Got hurt last year. Got hurt. He's out with the back, right? When will you learn you can't have a running quarterback and you can't rely on the running quarterback, especially when they don't want to slide? So Kansas 4.5, 27. They're an over team, 27 defense. Texas Tech's a B with a 26. Kansas is rolling. They're at home. I think they win. I think over 60 to 54. I think T-Tex definitely can score, and they don't have a defense. Kansas should put up 40 here. Texas Tech probably puts up a lot just because of the coach, and they run an explosive team. So I like the over in Kansas. It's either one. We'll have to look a little bit deeper into that. Illinois 6.5, 43.5. to Indiana. Indiana's a W team, but did beat Wisconsin last week. They give up 28. Illinois gives up 28. They did lose to Kansas, I believe. Illinois, I don't know. It's hard to bet on a team like Illinois. Lousy quarterbacks. If you go by quarterbacks and defense, you can't really play this game. Over under is just 44. There should be more than that point wise. Illinois' defense hasn't been strong. Indy's has been playing a little better defense, and they just beat Wisconsin. So, maybe you go over in the game. I don't see this as a 44, and I'm going to go under like I do in an Iowa game or a Georgia game. This is 44 with 28 defenses. I don't see it. Tulane 22.5, 53.5 to Tulsa. Tulsa's a terrible team. They're a W with a 36 defense. And Tulane's the A team with the 19. They didn't show up for East Carolina last week, winning 13-10. I was laying 10 points. I took a 16 down to 10. Tulane, they need the game. They're an A team, and they don't play like it. The quarterback played. I don't know. I think they play better at home. I think they'll kill Tulsa here with the 36 defense. I think they blow them out. I don't play the money lines, Nick, but Michigan's favored to win the championship. I mean, that's just crazy. What's Ohio State at? Not that they can win it, but what's Oregon at? And Alabama. Well, I don't think Alabama can beat Georgia, but what the hell is Oregon, Washington at? I mean, that's ridiculous. They're the best two teams. Oregon's probably the best team. If they kicked field goals, they would have won it, or punted at the end, they would have won it. Nobody's beating them. They're gonna kill. They're gonna murder USC this week. It's not gonna at Oregon. They're gonna kill them. Maryland 2.5, 45. Up from 1.5. 2.5, 45. Over Nebraska. Nebraska seems to be playing good ball, good defensively. That's the only game that kind of makes Michigan look impressive is they scored 50 points on Nebraska. But if they have a bad quarter, that's what's deceiving about it. It's not like the offense drove up and down the field on them. You get these turnovers or punt returns or something. That's how you get 50-point games, not unless you're USC where you get 6-7 drives like that. So I don't know. It's hard to bet Nebraska, but I can't take Maryland on the road over Nebraska to win. Maryland's not a good team. Liberty 13.5, 58.5 to Old D. Old D's an E team, gives up 26. Liberty's an A team. They score a lot, give up 22. They've got the Coastal Carolina coach. That's why they're scoring like this. They're laying 14. It's a tough lay against Old D's. Not that bad. It's even though it's a Old Dominion. Like who the hell are they? But Liberty should put up some points here. This probably goes over. Neither team really has a strong defense, and Liberty can put up the points for sure. NC State, Wake Forest. NC State 2.5, 43.5 hasn't moved. And I haven't filled in. I know that they play under NC State and Wake Forest. Two pretty good defenses. I'd probably maybe go under 50 if you're inclined to play NC State, Wake Forest. UConn, James Madison, 24.5, 48.5. James Madison is the A team. UConn's a Z team, just terrible. Gives up 33 a game. James Madison's an A team with the 20, and they're just ripping everybody up. Their quarterback's very good. I like James Madison, even though they're laying 24. And a lot of it is because I didn't play Tennessee laying 35 against UConn, and they win 59-3. So I'm all scrambled eggs going, well, fuck, just because it's a 30-point spread, if you got the right matchup, take it. So I'm kind of inclined to take James Madison, the A team who scores a bunch, with the 20 defense at home against UConn, who gives up 33. And in our world, we give up 18, and, either they're going to blow them out or they're not. So we'll have to determine that. Memphis, Charlotte. Memphis, 9.5, 51.5. Did I miss some? No, I didn't. All my big games were at night that I will come to. Memphis, 9.5, 51.5. Down from 11.5. Memphis is the over team. They give up 28. Charlotte is a very weak team. A W, they give up 24. I think Memphis lay the 3.5. I think is good. Hard to go over on the game because Charlotte's not going to give you the points. So Memphis scores, Charlotte doesn't. Lay the 3.5. Yeah. Georgia State 2.5, 60.5. Did this game switch? No, Georgia was favored. 2.5, 60. God, you got to love App State here. Holy shit. App State's a very good team. And Georgia State got killed by Georgia Southern. They're not a bad team. They're both overs. Now here's where we got a 60 with two overs. 28 defense, 27 defense. App State, we know, can load it up. Georgia State should score over 60. You gotta love the over in this game, 60-54, with two explosive teams who don't have defenses. This is exactly what you're looking for. Now I'm marking it so I have a reminder, not because I'm picking it. You guys get all excited because I put a note down. Will I bet it? I don't know. I got to think about it, but it goes into my list that I weed down on. Here we go. Arizona 10.5, 54.5 to prime time. Arizona's a B team playing extremely strong defense. They just crushed UCLA last week. That score was 27-10. Arizona beat UCLA. Now, UCLA's got quarterback issues, the perfect under team. We did lock them under last week. Here we go against Colorado, and we've seen Colorado struggle against good defensive teams. And they haven't even played Utah yet, where they're going to get shut out. Arizona 10.5, 54. I mean, this is you think this is an under. It's an Arizona. Just think of Arizona as Utah with a better quarterback. I mean, prime, they don't run the ball base. Colorado, when you look at their stats, they throw for 300 yards, run for 20. And when you play these strong defensive teams, you can't just go back and pass. They will blitz you. They will sack you. They're going to pick you. You're not going to be able to just, it's not Jacksonville State. And you need defense. So when you don't have defense, they're going to run the ball down on you. They're going to score. You can't stop them. So they're just going to keep running. And then you're not going to get the turnovers you need. They did in the UCLA game, which I think now is I really question that game. But okay, let's say it was real. Just because they're friends, the coaches. So I don't know, but they fumbled twice at the 5. You're not going to see Arizona fumble twice at the 5 against Colorado. Well, my point is you're probably not going to get turnovers, right? You don't have a defense. They're going to walk down the field, score. So do I want Arizona at 4.5? Do I want under 60? It's a good question. I like them both. Again, watching the Colorado-Oregon game. See, so there's two different things. There's the Colorado-USC, both teams score, no defense. Colorado-Oregon, both teams score, but Oregon's got this pretty good defense. And only Washington's been able to crack it, and I think Oregon State both put up, or no, it had to be Washington State, put up some points on Oregon. Texas Tech did at Texas Tech. Oregon's a monster at home, and that's really Cal found that out. Cal's been scoring 30 a game, put up 19. But the saving grace is I had the game over is Oregon put up 59 for me. So Oregon, I think, probably Oregon, Washington are right up there for number one. But I don't think either can beat Georgia yet. We'll see. That'll be a close game. But they both see this is the problem in the playoffs. Oregon and Washington should be in the playoff with Georgia, with Florida State, and whoever wins the Michigan-Ohio State game, provided Michigan beats Penn State. That's your playoff. But wait a minute. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute. Then we got to get Michigan, Ohio State in there. How about Alabama? So the bullshit that only 2 teams can win or 1 team can win is full of shit. You got at least 6, and that doesn't include whoever wins the Big 12. Oklahoma, Kansas State, Texas. I mean, that team deserves to be in the playoff. See, just because you play, your schedule is so tough, the Big 12 and the Pac-12, you can't look at record. It's so fucking stupid. Oh, let's do what Michigan does. We won't play anybody good, and we'll go undefeated, so we'll get into the playoffs. You didn't play anybody. I mean, Oregon had to – hey, Oregon's got to play Oregon State, Washington State. They got USC this week. They had to play Washington. Even Cal and Stanford aren't pushovers. They're still better than anybody on Michigan's schedule. So it just gets frustrated when they lose 2 games, and they're so much better than these garbage teams that get in. Todd, I read some of the Colorado players left the team. Well, because their name's probably not Sanders. I once worked at Ford, and I left because my last name wasn't Ford. And I said, well, there's no room for advancement here. They might have, but it's like they're realizing they're not very good, and they're not getting a chance. Let's say you're a backup quarterback. You'll never get a chance. You'll never pull his son. And they want to play. I mean, that's the nature of the beast now. So Arizona's playing really good ball. Their quarterback, their backup is fine. Their starter's out. The backups came in, not missed a beat. Like I said, they just killed UCLA. They went to Washington State and beat them 44-6. Take notice here. This game will be an under, and I think Arizona minus 4.5. To win the upset, you must have a defense. Colorado does not. They will score some, but not all. So go Arizona, beat Navy. Troy, when I hear Troy, I think of Troy Ounce. Troy, 21.5, 46.5 against Lou Monroe. Now, here, Nick, is you want to go it. Troy, a B team with a 16 defense against the Z team, Lou Monroe, who gives up 32. Troy's been playing very well. Let's look at Troy. So Troy leads the Sun Belt West 7-2 over Texas State. Lou Lafayette's in there. So they play some bad. So they beat South Alabama 28-10 without the quarterback. Texas State 31-13. My Army team 19-0. Arkansas State 37-3. Georgia State 28-7. Western Kentucky, and their only loss has been to James Madison, Kansas State. So with that said, yeah, South Alabama didn't know how to have their quarterback, Lopez quarterback. Troy's got Gunnar Watson, what a name, 19-27, 271 yards, 3 touchdowns. We're going to score. Then they got a Vidal, a running back, 24 carries, 125 yards. They can run. They're fucking balanced. That's how you play the Z teams, Nick. You play Troy. Where are they? An explosive team that's balanced with a strong 16 defense that's beat everybody, but of course my James Madison, and they get Lou Monroe, and you're laying 21. Lou Monroe gives up 32. Have they won any game? Let's take a look just for the hell at Lou Monroe. Southern Miss beat them 24-7. Arkansas State beat them 34-24. Georgia Southern, they played pretty close, 38-28. Give them that. Texas State 21-20. South Alabama beat them 55-7. They played a 41-40 with App State, which really makes that App State game look good. Over App State, Georgia State, and they played Lou Monroe 41-40. A&M beat them 47-3. They beat Lamar and they beat Army. Let's look at Lou Monroe last. Well, let's look at him against Arkansas State. Lou Monroe, B. Murphy, 25 of 44, 300 yards and 2 touchdowns. Not bad. Again, it's Ark State. And no rushing. So let's look at last week's Southern Miss. B. Murphy, 7 of 17 for 81 yards. Their normal quarterback is Jay Wright, 5 of 12, 106 yards and a touch. So B. Murphy, 7 of 17 through 3 picks against Southern Miss and no running. So you're going to get turnovers. They're not. You got a really strong defense in Troy at 16. So go Troy, beat Lou Monroe by a mile. Nevada, Utah State. Utah State 15.5, 56.5. Nevada's a Z team, gives up 32. Utah State's an over team, gives up 33. Utah State should kill them. Nevada being the Z team. Let's check it out. Utah State beat San Diego State 32-24, and San Jose State with the good quarterback 42-21. Yeah, this has been my over team. So look at them against San Diego State 32-24. This went to overtime. This was 17 all, and then it went to double overtime. And Utah State, Legis is their normal quarterback, 11 of 15, 2 touchdowns, and then Hillstead came in. So we got to check the quarterback here. Where's Utah State? But Legis is a good quarterback, but without Legis, we got to be careful. Nevada. Nevada just lost to Hawaii 27-14. They beat New Mexico. And the real stunner was beating San Diego State 6-0. What was that? They put up a 9 on Fresno State and a 27 on UNLV, but UNLV put up a 45. So they beat San Diego State and New Mexico, and then they lost to Hawaii. Let's look at that detail. Nevada, their quarterback is Lewis. He was 1 of 9. And Bianco, he was 5 of 15 for 76 yards and 1 interception against Hawaii. No real running. Hawaii, what did they do? Hawaii, the good quarterback, Slager, 21 of 38, 200 yards, 2 touchdowns. Ran 49. Sims ran 65. So not much there. So if Legis is playing, well, let's see if it's in here. Although when you go into scores and odds, you don't get the best injury news. No injuries to report. There are some for Nevada. Let's go into college football injuries, Utah State and Nevada. So let's go to Nevada. Nevada. I don't see. They've got three tight ends out, but we don't care. So we're looking really is for the Utah State quarterback. Maybe Love can go back there and let's see if he would start. See, Rice, Jay Daniels, quarterback concussion, doubtful, unfortunately. Who are we looking for? Utah State. Well, let's stop at Texas Tech. They got Kansas. All right, Utah State. This says Hillstead, the quarterback, is questionable, not Legis. So Legis maybe just had a bad game or whatever happened. So, okay, take Utah State. Utah State laying 15 to ZT Nevada at home. 33 defense against the 32 defense. This probably goes over if we can trust Nevada enough to score enough. Because if Utah State's going to put up 40, we might as well just take Utah State -9 if we think it's going to go over. All right. LTech and Sam Houston. LTech 7.5, 48.5. Seven and a half from 8.5. Sam Houston's a under team, gives up 20. No, their W team gives up 26. LTech is an over team that gives up 30. Over under is 48 here. Really? Wow, that's kind of unusual. This should go over just because LTech gives up 30 a game and Sam Houston 26. So I don't know. I'll check more into that. I'll circle the over. And we'll see. Baylor and Kansas State. K-State 20.5, 55. What do we do with this game? Baylor's been not playing well. K-State, Baylor. Where is K-State, Baylor? Here they go. This is a 3:00 game. Okay, so K-State, Baylor, 20.5, 55. K-State, we know, is the A team. We know they're explosive. They were short with Texas and then came on in the fourth quarter. My mistake is Texas's backup quarterback's pretty fucking good. I was watching those highlights, and it's like Manning will never see the field. This guy was good. He was explosive on Kansas State. Kansas State wasn't scoring and then figured it out and put up 21 in the fourth quarter. So they're coming off of a loss. Baylor's been weird. They got their quarterback back, but they haven't been scoring. They haven't been running the ball. I've seen. And their defense is giving up 29. Kansas State's an A team, gives up 17. It's a big number, though, 20 against Baylor, but Baylor has not been playing well. Baylor, what did they were terrible last week. Baylor. Yeah, they lost to Houston 25-24. And Houston has a 33 defense. That game was 17-17. So they didn't score at home against Houston, who is not a good defensive team. I don't see them doing a whole lot against K-State, but it's hard to lay 20 down to 14 against a team like Baylor. I'm not going to – that's crazy. The question is over, but they didn't put over against Houston. They're not going to explode on Kansas State. Kansas State, yeah, they could win this game 37-0, and it wouldn't surprise me. So this is a hard one because the point spread's killing us, right? I can't lay 20 against Baylor, and then do I go over or under? I tried the under last week against K-State with Texas, so If that didn't stay under, I don't know what will. Florida State, Miami. Florida State, 13.5. These are the 3:30 games. Florida State, 13.5, 15.5. And as we've been talking, Miami with the moron coaches, I don't think they'll be able to figure out games at Florida State. Obviously, they're the 18, the 17 defense. Miami's a B team, 20 defense. Now, this is not as slam dunk as you think. Yes, it's Travis against Van Dyke, two excellent quarterbacks, two pretty good defenses, one good coach, one guy should be selling shoes. Do we think it's an over or an under? Good question. Interesting. It's a rivalry game, which means normally it's the dog, right? In this type of situation, they beat Clemson, so they're capable of getting the W here. Florida State's been nasty; they've been very strong. So I don't know. I mean, it's a lot of points to give in a rivalry game with a Van Dyke. So I don't know. Then do we go over or under? I mean, I got a 20 against the 17, which, again, I think here's where the quarterbacks take over and you don't look at the defenses like Oregon, Washington, 2-10 defenses and they play a 69. So if you've got the good quarterbacks on that part of the A, you then disregard the defense. In the Michigan-Penn State game, I don't think you have the explosive offenses to really, to go over on the game. This is a whole different animal. You've got the quarterbacks, you've got the explosion. I think this game goes over, actually, the more as I'm thinking about it now. You got Van Dyke. You get down, you got Van Dyke. He'll score for you. I can see it being electric. I can see a lot of turnovers, which should lead to points. And Miami needs a coach before the game. So I think Florida State wins it. I'd be surprised if Miami won it, but they did beat Clemson. So let's not forget that. So I think Florida State maybe by 10, but I think 45. I just think there'll be enough pick sixes and bad play calling by Miami to get that over. I don't see Florida State shutting them out. What was the Duke score? Let's use this as the Duke, but it won't be because Miami's a lot better offensive. But let's see, Duke, 38-20, they beat Duke. They've been playing 31-24, they beat Clemson. 45-24, they beat Bobby's team, LSU. So forget the Pitt game. They were looking ahead. The Wake game was a 57. So pretty much all pretty high scoring. Let's go to Miami. I mean, Miami lost to NC State 20-6. NC State's got a fairly good defense. They beat Virginia 29-26. They beat Clemson 28-20. North Carolina, they lose 41-31 in the Georgia Tech game. A&M, so that was 48-33. So they beat A&M. Miami of Ohio is actually a very good team, 38-3. So the first 4 weeks, Miami's putting up 40 a game. And then the next 4 weeks, they're putting up 28-30 a game. 28 on. So if we use the Clemson game as the medium, 28-20. We can't use Virginia. That they don't have a defense, but it shows you Miami's defense is slipping. 41 to North Carolina, 20 to Clemson, 26 to Virginia, who's a good offensive team, but not that good. And NC State's a very bad offensive team, so 20-6 there. Van Dyke threw 3 interceptions. The offensive coordinator is just horrible. But I don't see that, Let's look at the Clemson game. So this should be high scoring here. I don't see that not being high scoring. This is definitely over 45. Yeah, Florida State's been scoring a ton, and Miami's really. I mean, they're giving up 26. Forget they gave up 7 to Bethune-Cookman and 7 to Temple and 3 to Miami of Ohio is what's skewing it. Let's look at their conference games. 23 to Georgia Tech. Well, really 16, 17. 41 to North Carolina, 20 to Clemson, 26, and a 20 to North Carolina State. So really in conference, they're giving up, let's say 26, 25 a game, not the 20. And same thing with Florida State, although they gave up a ton to LSU. So they're probably, let's say they're in 18. So yeah, this definitely is going to go over. It's a emotional game. Look for Miami to pull out, stop. Maybe they'll get a new offensive coordinator by the time the game starts. I'm available if they want me, and we would win the game if I was the coach. They got a good running attack, Miami. But I think Florida State stops them. Now, again, we got to kind of look at the LSU game. You can't really use it because we know LSU doesn't have a defense. So we look at Miami A&M 48-33, Miami Clemson 28-20 is a 48, which gets us an over here. And that's it. And then they played really sloppy against Georgia Tech for some reason. And even that was a 43. Well, that should have been a 37 on a take a knee. No, I won't let that die, will I? All right. And I didn't even bet the game. It's not like I had Miami even for, a 25-unit teaser. It was not even played. All right. Yeah, I don't understand that game. Oklahoma State, UCF. Oklahoma State is on fire. Just beat Oklahoma 2.5, 64. The question is, are they going to be flat after the Oklahoma win? It was a very emotional win. Those are the kind, the game was at Oak State. They got up for it. They've been on fire. Kansas State, West Virginia, they killed them. You don't beat Kansas and Kansas State and then Oklahoma. No, they are on fire. UCF is a over team that gives up 30. Oak State's definitely, they're a B team. But the last 4 or 5 weeks, they've been explosive. I think you go over here very easily. Oak State getting 3.5. The question is, will they be flat? That's the question. Because, Kansas I knew wasn't going to be flat because it's not a rivalry game. They just beat the shit out of Oklahoma. At home, it was just taking care of business. Like, it's Oklahoma. Well, we'll beat them now. And Kansas has been playing really good ball. But Oak State, that's 5 in a row. I don't see them losing this game. It's which way do I play it, over or take Oak State plus 3.5. They switched to Bowman. He's playing very well at quarterback. They've had some receiver injuries. They're running the ball. Very strong team right now. Very hot team, as you saw against Oklahoma. UCF's very explosive and a 30 defense. See, this is the difference. Oklahoma is a 20 defense after this. So let's say they were a 19 defense last week. Okay, and they put up 27 on them. They had no problem scoring on Oklahoma. And here you got them against UCF giving up 30 a game. They will have no problem lighting them up. UCF probably lights them up a little bit because they're very explosive also with Plumlee. Now let's go inside the numbers. This is really key looking at like the last 5. Let's go back to the K-State game. They lost to K-State 44-31. They lost to Baylor 36-35. They lost to Kansas 51-21. They lost to OU 31-29, West Virginia 41-28, and beat Cincinnati 28-26. So at home, they lost to West Virginia and Baylor. So what do we take out of this mess? All the scores have been huge, right? a 75 with K-State, a 71 with Baylor, a 73 with Kansas, a 60 with OU, a 69 with West Virginia, and last week was only a 54 against Cincinnati, but Cincinnati's not that good. So against the better teams, they've been lighting them up, right? A 44, a 36, a 51, a 31, a 41. So Oak State's not going to have a problem. 64 is not going to be a problem at all. Let's look at Oak State real quick, as long as we're here. Now, if we look at the Big 12 Southwest Conference, Big 8, whatever we want to call it, Texas is 8-1. Oak State, Kansas, and Oklahoma are 7-2. And then you got West Virginia and Kansas State 6-3. And the loser is Cincinnati 2-7. 0-6 in conference, and Baylor's 3-6. So Baylor's not playing well. UCF is 1-5 in conference. So let's go to Oak State. What are we going to get from them? And I can answer, it's going to be high scoring. So let's go back to, so they lost to South Alabama. Then they lose to Iowa State 34-27. Then all of a sudden they beat. Then it goes. K-State 29-21. Kansas 39-32. West Virginia 48-34. Cincinnati 45-13. And OU 27-24. The only game that really they didn't get, but OU's got a very strong defense. UCF does not. So, yeah, this is over. This is and they won at West Virginia. They lost at Iowa State. How did they lose to South Alabama? Unbelievable. They beat Arizona State and Central Arkansas. So you throw those two out. Well, you don't throw out Arizona State, but that's when they weren't scoring. And then all of a sudden they beat Kansas State and they said, hey, we can score. And then they beat my Kansas team. Oh, my God. West Virginia, Cincinnati. Yeah. You beat Oklahoma. Will you be flat? I can't compare it to anybody emotional like that. So I just want to check their receivers. 28 of 42, 334 yards. This Ollie Gordon, too. Yeah, he's really good. 33 rushes, 137 yards, and 2 touchdowns against Oklahoma. Owens, 10 catches, 136 yards. I don't think he's on the injury list. Johnson, 5 for 70. Presley, 8 for 97. See, they're well balanced, 3 good receivers. And Gordon, see, you've got a running back, 33 rushes, 137. That now go fucking play defense against him. And by the way, my quarterback is 28 of 42 for 334 yards against Oklahoma. That's why we're betting him. Gabriel, 26 of 37, 1 touch, 1 interception, 344 yards. So UCF can score on him. And Sawchuk, 13 rushes, 111 yards for Oklahoma. That's their problem. But I want to go back. Let's see UCF. I'm just curious about their offense. UCF, let's pick them against West Virginia. Plumlee, 25 of 36, 274 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 3 picks. Plumlee likes the overs. Harvey rushed 14 times for 100 yards and some decent receivers. A lot of different ones. West Virginia Green, 14 of 23, 156. And then they had this Donaldson run, 17 for 121. Why am I checking that? Because I want to see how they handled it. So this has got over written all over it. Plumlee's from Ole Miss, transferred to UCF when Gabriel and Mikey Keene left UCF. Mikey Keene's at Fresno State, pretty good. And we know what Gabriel is at Oklahoma. So it's funny, they came to UCF and left, and then UCF gets the Mississippi guy. It's so weird, this whole transfer portal shit. All right, so I mean, we love over 64, over 58. And 2.5, we get 3.5 Oak State. That's a winner. 58, that's a winner. And that's not even my lock. That's just well, it might be another lock. I don't know. Purdue 1.5, 46.5 to Minnesota. I mean, what do you? Purdue's a W, gives up 31. Minnesota's an under, gives up 23. They're more of a defensive team. 1.5, 46.5, up from 45. Who's betting this game over? Of all the games to bet over, how do you go to Purdue, Minnesota, and say, "Oh, I'd like the over"? I mean, I got to like the under. If anything, Purdue's now favored. Minnesota was favored. We'll have to check injuries on that one. Maybe that's why, but maybe Purdue's quarterback's playing that made them the favorite and boosted the over. We'll have to see, but I think that's a low-scoring game. Minnesota plays low-scoring games. Texas State, 1.5, 59.5 to Coastal Carolina. Now, McCall's out. That leaves this backup who we've seen Ghost. I think it's Ghost, but he's injured also. So they don't have a quarterback, and it's a 59.5. So Texas State's very explosive with the 28 defense, but Coastal Carolina can't take advantage if they don't have McCall. If this is McCall, it's an over. But he's out. He's not even questionable. So this is a tough one. If both the Coastal Carolina quarterbacks are out, then you don't know who's on the bench. Is it Cam Rising on the bench, or is it Joe Rising on the bench? And this is why it's tough in college if the quarterback's out, you got to just stay away unless you know the second, third stringer is terrible. Like I said that time at poker at the Venetian, Kansas State's playing Michigan. Kansas State has Tyler Lockett on the team. And they're like laying 7 to Michigan. Line goes to 7.5. All these guys want to bet Michigan. And I go, but their quarterback's out. The backup sucks. They're going to get killed. And they lost by 20 to Kansas State. And it was like a shake my head moment, Bobby. It was like, are you guys fucking kidding me that you're taking Michigan because the line moved without understanding the quarterback's out and the backup sucks? And I'm telling you he sucks because I watch Michigan. So I had Kansas State big. It was probably a lock, and they're betting Michigan because the line moved. This is where you can't just blindly go against the public. You got to understand why the public's moving it. Okay, no new comments. Northwestern Wisconsin. Wisconsin is 10.5, 42.5. How can they be favored over anybody? Down from 12.5, so that does make sense. 42.5, that's fine. Northwestern's quarterback was out last week. He's injured. I think he's questionable this week. Wisconsin, the whole team's out with the flu. There's 20 guys out. I think all you can do here is bet it under. They have the defense. They're going to run. Their quarterback sucks. I don't know. Maybe it's an under at best. Iowa, Wisconsin. Somebody doesn't want the under bet here. Iowa 1.5, 28.5. What the fuck is that? 1.5 down from 2.5. So the money's going heavy on Rutgers. Well, the thing is, Iowa's a 14 defense. Rutgers is an 18 defense. Cade McNamara is out for Iowa, the Michigan quarterback. So if they had hopes, he's out. So Rutgers, runs the ball, plays defense. Greg Schiano. Iowa doesn't have an offense. They didn't have much of an offense with McNamara, but they were scoring a little. And we know they got a good defense, especially at home. This is probably an under, even though it's at 28, it's too low. You can't bet it. I mean, I can go under 34. Well, shit, I can go under in the Wisconsin game. It's 42. At least there, it's 48. Here, you got the problem with the 28 is you get a pick six, a fumble, strip sack. You get a punt return, a kickoff return. The non-offensive touchdowns. And with this defense, Iowa can easily pick six them and do the quarterback like they did against Ohio State. He threw the 93-yard interception return. and fuck my under. But that's what you have here. So you have two very good defenses, and there's nearly nothing you can do. Yeah, I don't see how you play it. I don't see how you go over 22. You're not going to – this is going to be a 10-7 game. I mean, that's all they're going to – if they get over 10, it'll be on a pick six or a strip sack. Here we go. Washington, 9.5, 51.5. To Utah, my Utah team. Well, my Utah team without Cam Rising doesn't have a quarterback. You got to go with Washington at home here. With no Rising, they can't generate offense, but watching Washington at home, they're not going to stop them. They will handle the Utah defense. Again, they put up 36 on Oregon, whose defense is just as good. So let's see. Oregon's defense is a 16, and Washington's defense is a 23, or Utah's is also a 16. So what they did to Oregon, they can do to Utah. Utah can't match them. I like Washington here. Lay the 3.5. Should be 17, not 9. You already got a teaser. Over under a 51. I can see the under because Utah will put up some resistance, but won't score. Washington has a very good defense. They're 23, and then they have we know they have a strong offense. So I don't see Washington losing this game. And 3.5. Washington at home beat Oregon. So that's all I can say. Tennessee, Missouri. Missouri, another hot team. Played Georgia relatively good as you can play Georgia. Tennessee 1.5 and 58. So it's 59. It hasn't moved. They're both A teams. Tennessee's an 18 defense and looked pretty good against Alabama the first half. They forgot there was two halves. And Missouri, a 24 defense. I like Missouri. I like the dog in the game. Put it that way. Two A teams. The game's at Missouri. They played Georgia very well. Tennessee played Alabama very well. They're both good teams, but I don't – this is where I don't know how Missouri should be a 3-point favorite at home. That's all there is to it. How you're making them a home dog. Okay, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee. I don't get it. Missouri's very strong. Now, do we get over under on the game? 59. Do we dare? A plays A, and this A versus A, home dog, yes. Michigan, Penn State, maybe. Not as strong as Missouri is. Although Penn State just killed Maryland, so we will see. And, they lost to Ohio State by 8, so I'm still open on the Penn State home dog. Missouri, yes. Okay, do we go over on this game? They lost to Alabama 34-20, Tennessee, on the strip sack at the end of the game was 27-20. So they're playing a 47 with Alabama. Had the ball at the goal line twice and kicked field goals. Last week against Georgia, where are my boys? Georgia. (30-21), Georgia beats them. So they scored 21 on Georgia. It's like scoring 50 on the rest of the college football. 30-21. I have the over 48. I sneak an over in with Georgia and win it. But Missouri can score 21 there and 20 against Alabama for Tennessee with 2 field goals. So give them 1 touchdown. So you're looking at them scoring 24. You're looking at Missouri scoring 21 on Georgia and holding them to field goals. So you're playing a 51 with Georgia. You're playing a probably a 50 with Alabama, Tennessee. This is 59. Missouri, you give up. It's hard when you give up 30 to Georgia. That's really good defense. They're so explosive. So maybe you go over. Hard to say because they're going to score more than 20 against Tennessee. And Tennessee's going to score more than 20 against Missouri. So this is probably in the 50s. Yeah, this is probably an over also. 53, you've got, I think the better play is the dog, is the 7.5. I think Missouri wins the game at home as a dog. 59, I think you get there. I think we tease it to 53 is 28-24 is 52, right? So 30 to 24 gets you 54, gets you a win. I honestly don't see how that's not going to happen. Like I said, Tennessee puts up 20 on Alabama with 2 field goals from the goal line, first and goal, and you're not scoring. You'll score touchdowns on Missouri, and Missouri held Georgia pretty good, and then scored 21 on them, which means against a real team, they're in the 30s. I just think this would be a 60-point game. So I think it's a low enough number, but it is a be careful. They're not over teams, right? They're 8 teams with pretty good defenses. And I like that Missouri's at home. Okay. New Mexico State, Western Kentucky, 4.5. Where are you? Western Kentucky, 4.5, 57.5 to New Mexico State. Western Kentucky's an over team with a 28 defense. New Mexico State, we love New Mexico State. They're actually a B team with a 20 defense, if you can believe that. Jerry Kill's the coach from Minnesota, is now their coach. So they're not a bad team. They're probably, where are they? Here they are. They're probably a live dog in here. Western Kentucky with the 28 defense. New Mexico State should be able to move on them with Pavia. Western Kentucky, they're the normal, pretty explosive 28 defense. Do we want to go over 57? Let's take a look at New Mexico State. Probably an over. They played Middle Tennessee 13-7. I don't know what the hell happened. It's funny how you get these games where it's like Nevada beats San Diego State 6-0. You're like, what happened there? And I think it's just a lot of turnovers and a lot of this 4th down bullshit. And it just, you throw a pick at the 10, they throw a pick at the 10, and you're driving, and before you know it, you're not getting the quick touchdown. The overs are quick touchdown. USC, then what do they got? 4 plays, 75 yards, and a touchdown. I mean, that's why they get overs. Then the other team comes down and they score, and you've got 4 touchdowns in 10 minutes because it's 3 plays, 4 plays, 3 plays, 4 plays. And that's what you have. So in this case, Middle Tennessee, so LUTAC 27-24, UTEP 28-7. UTEP stinks. Sam Houston 27-13. Florida International, they've had a really weak schedule. Florida International 34-17. They lose to Hawaii 20-17. They beat New Mexico. They lose to Liberty. And of course, that first game we won't talk about. So I don't know what to do with New Mexico State. I don't think I can play them over. 27 against LTAC, 28 against UTEP, 27 Sam Houston. They're playing low-scoring games. A 51 against Florida International, Hawaii 20-70. So they're not playing high-scoring games. New Mexico State. So I don't think this is an over. Maybe they're running the ball a lot. Let's look at this. Let's look at LTEC. What the fuck's going on with them? Pavia 10 of 19 for 95 yards, and they're running a couple. And La Tech, Backenmeyer 20 of 27, 238. All right, let's go to last week's game. Pavia 16 of 31 for 220 yards. A little bit of running. Middle Tennessee State, Fatiato 20 of 36 for 178. So pretty good defense. And Vadio is a running quarterback, 18 for 96. See, I hate these teams like Middle Tennessee. The quarterback's 20 of 36 for 170, but then he runs 18 of 96. This is like Lamar. So you don't have a running attack. You're not throwing to your receivers. What the fuck are you doing? So they win 13-7. So this sounds like if they got the lead, they run it down your throat. And not an explosive team to get excited about with an over here. Maybe an under, but we will see. All right. Pitt 37.5. Pitt played, they lost to Florida State 24-7. Didn't play too bad. Normally a good defensive team. Pitt, 37.5. Ridiculously low number, 37.5. Pitt laying 3 at Syracuse. You got to go with Syracuse as a home dog here. Pitt's a W team. Why are they favored on the road? They give up 28. Syracuse has had their problems in giving up 33. Since the beginning, they were really hot, and then they played really tough teams and got killed. But Pitt's not a real tough team. I think Syracuse 9 should get it done. UAB against Navy. UAB 2.5, 54.5. Well, UAB is an over team. It gives up 38. Navy's an under team that gives up 23. Navy should be able – see, again, can Navy do anything? Even though it's a 38 defense, they don't really – this isn't, Kansas. This is the Navy. This is a running team, and you really can't take advantage of a weak defense with a running team. You really want UAB to be playing Washington and the over being 65, and you can jump it over. You don't really want them against Navy, who's an under team. It kills whatever. It's a 54. It's probably the lowest UAB total's been all year. So it's all up to Navy. Can they score? I don't know. They're so bad. They couldn't score last week against – who was that? Temple. They lose to Temple 32-18. They play a 50 with Temple. And Temple's defense is 38 also. 38 defense. See, and Navy puts up 18. Here you've got a 38 defense. So give Navy 18. Give UAB 30. I think you take UAB plus the 3.5 there. I mean, you're giving up 30-something to fucking Temple? Jesus Christ. Middle Tennessee, 11.5, 52.5. We just talked about Middle Tennessee, if I can find them. As I hunt for Middle Tennessee. Of course, they're right under the 11.5, 52.5. That hasn't moved. Both are W teams, so they're weak offenses, weak defenses. They give up 29 and 31. I think Middle Tennessee played Michigan or something. They're the ones I just read against New Mexico with the quarterback who runs and passes. They don't have runners or receivers. Against Florida International, what do you do with this game? Maybe you go over. I don't know. Would have to check out the quarterbacks. Florida Atlantic, 8.5, 45.5. Okay. Against East Carr. East Carr is an under team, gives up 25. Florida Atlantic is a W, gives up 29. They're not as strong this year. How does Florida Atlantic lay 8.5? East Carolina, you can't bet them. You can't really bet this game. Maybe you go over 45, but you got weak offenses. So good luck on that one. Cal, 1.5, 58.5 against Washington State, if I can find it. I got off. Where is this game? Here we go. Cal, 1.5, 58.5. Cal's very explosive with the 37 defense. Washington State's very explosive with the 29 defense. The last few weeks, Washington State's looked like shit. They lost Arizona 44-6, but now we see Arizona's got a really good defense. What did they do last week? Last week they lost to Stanford 10-7. What the fuck is going on? All right, we understand the Arizona 44-6. Then they played Oregon 38-24. Actually played them pretty good to only lose by 14 at Oregon. Then against Arizona State, they lost 38-27. And then a 10-7 Stanford. What was there, like a tornado there? Stanford Daniels, 15-31, 115 yards and a pick. And no running at all by Stanford. Washington State Ward, 24-40, 241 yards, one touch, one interception. Well, they throw it 40 times. He ran 6 times for a -36. They must have got sacked a lot. Let's go into the Stanford sacks. How many sacks did they get? Defense sacks, 1, 2, 3 sacks for Stanford. I don't know. I mean, 10-7. Ward, 24, 200. He didn't have a bad, well, he had one interception. They didn't run the ball. There was no running against Stanford. So all of a sudden, maybe they lost their running back. So let's dig down into, let's go to the Oregon game. How did they score 24 on Oregon? At Oregon. Washington State Ward, 34-48, 438 yards against Oregon. And that's like we just found gold there, because who did Oregon play this week? USC with Caleb Williams. Ward was 34 of 48, 438 yards and 1 touchdown at Oregon, and no running. Okay, so that's fine. Oregon, Bo Nix, 18-25, 293 yards, 2 touchdowns. Irving ran 15 for 129, 2 touchdowns. James, 13-103 for no touchdowns. And let's go to the sacks. 1 sack, 2 sacks, 3 sacks, 4 sacks, 5 sacks, 6 sacks, 6 sacks. The backups are coming in with sacks. So Washington State puts up 24. This is where Oregon's getting, this is why they're so tough. They were getting after the quarterback. They are playing a Georgia defense. They just don't have the Georgia players yet. Against Cal, 58. This has got to be an over. Will Cal get the sacks? I don't know, but I like that. Do I take Washington State as the dog? No. Now when you lose to Stanford 10-7, I can't get all excited about it, because Cal's going to score on you. Cal's going to put up 30-some points, and they have a 37 defense. It's not like Oregon with the 16 defense. This is a 37 defense Cal has. So look for Cal to score a bunch and Washington State to score a bunch, and that makes an over a bunch. 58-52, 2 over teams normally. Now, you don't know what happened with Stanford that you would 10-7 it. That doesn't make any sense. It's like the Nevada San Diego State game, 6-0. You know, what is that? Where did that come from? You can't predict it. It's turnovers and going for it on fourth downs, which is ruining the game because it's making a lot of these overs unders because they get down to the 15. It's 4th and 2. Oh, we'll make it. Kick the field goal. No, we're going to make it. And then they don't make it. Well, we should have made it. I mean, you're dealing with moron coaches, and there's nothing you can do, but you've got to understand when you see a strange score. Now, unless we're Bernie Madoff, there's nothing we can do when you get that. So I like the over in this game, Washington State Cal. Auburn and Arkansas. Arkansas 2.5, 48.5. Where are you, boys? Here we go. Okay. 2.5 hasn't moved. They're both E teams. They don't score a lot. Jefferson, he's okay, but he's not getting his numbers. I don't think they have the running backs they normally do at Arkansas. 22 defense, 24 defense. Probably a close game. I don't know, over or under. I'm more apt to like the overs, but this is not an over game. So I'm really, I don't really have an opinion on it. South Alabama, 11.5, 55.5 to Arkansas State. Arkansas State's a W with the 32 defense. South Alabama, a B with the 22, but the quarterback is questionable. Bradley for South Alabama. He doesn't play. Forget about it. If he plays, maybe you can take him. They should beat him pretty good if he plays. Stanford, Oregon State, another like scratch your head game. Oregon State, where are they? This is a 5:30 game. Where the hell did they go? Here it is. Okay. Oregon State 21-54 to Stanford. Which Stanford team are we going to see? The first half Colorado team or the second half Colorado team? Daniels has been playing pretty well at quarterback. They played the 10-7 with Washington State last week, and they get the win. Oregon State, the A team with the 21 defense, Stanford with the 34 defense, which how Washington State scored 7 points out of 34 defense. My first thought would be go over because Stanford's starting to score, but we don't know what happened last week. Oregon State with Uglia Buglia is very strong at home. Look for a big scoring from them. Again, the 21, I don't know what Stanford team I'm going to get. It was the same quarterback, Daniels. He didn't get hurt. So I'm not really sure what's going on. Again, against Colorado, first half they're shut out. Second half they put up 46 points. Which team am I going to get? And I don't know. And that's the problem. It's at Oregon State. I think Oregon State wins. My tendency here is it'll go over, that Oregon State will light it up and maybe get you the over by themselves. Stanford with the 34 defense. Oregon State's been lighting it up pretty good this year. So I think they get the win. You want to lay 15. Which Stanford team shows up? You don't know. So I think over is the only safe play you can make here. Because Oregon State's going to get in the 40s, and it's just can you get a touchdown from Stanford, which you should if depending on which team shows up. We're coming to the meat of the schedule. Georgia 10.5, 58.5, down from 11.5. People stupid enough to bet Ole Miss 58.5. We all know all about Georgia. I think all you got to look at is they beat Missouri by 9. Missouri's a better team than Ole Miss. Missouri with the 23 defense. Old Mississippi with the 23 defense. It was a 51 last week. I think Georgia minus 4.5 is an absolute joke. How can you not take Georgia minus 4.5 against anybody, even Alabama? At home, Ole Miss is good enough to scare them, but we saw what Ole Miss did to Alabama, 24-10. They couldn't even move on Alabama. Well, guess what, folks? Georgia's got a little – Alabama's defense is a 17. Georgia's a 15. And they just handled Missouri. Now, they'll be scared of Ole Miss. They haven't lost in 600 years. Well, what? They're 27, and they won their last 27. And that loss was a phony loss to Alabama to get them in the playoff. That's the last time they lost, is they laid down to let Alabama in the playoffs. Then they crushed Alabama, and they won everything last year, and they won everything this year. Or no, they've won 2 years in a row. That was the Alabama loss. So Georgia at home. It's all Georgia. This is 4.5 against Ole Miss. Why do you think Ole Miss is any good? Let's see. Ole Miss's best game. They beat A&M, okay, a tough Vanderbilt team, a weak Auburn team, a weak Arkansas team. They did beat LSU 55-49, but as we know, LSU can't play defense. Alabama, they lost 24-10. Georgia Tech, not a defensive team. Tulane, that's probably their best win, 37-20. But they're doing this, and they run into Alabama 24-10. Again, 55 on LSU is not impressive. LSU doesn't have a defense. They barely beat Ark. They barely beat Auburn. They beat Vandy, who sucks, and then give them credit for the A&M game last week at home. So they really only played. They played at Tulane, they won. They played at Alabama, lost, and at Auburn, they won. So they're really okay, but this is Georgia they're playing, so, Georgia wants to clinch. They have to win. And good luck stopping them, boys. Even without Brock Bowers, their backup tight end looks good. They will find a way to win, period. And I think they come out when you play a decent team like Ole Miss, like last week, Georgia was a little scared against Missouri. And they come on and win, and they're going to be, okay, we don't want that to happen. They're going to just come out, and it's going to be 21-0. That's what you do when you get a little scared. You play better, and look out. Marshall, Georgia Southern, 2.5, 57.5. Page 2, Georgia Southern, 2.5, 58 against Marshall. Georgia Southern's an over team, good team. Marshall's not that good. They both have 28 defenses. I have to check quarterbacks, but I think Georgia Southern wins this game. Oklahoma, West Virginia. Another Oklahoma, 13.5. 58.5. Oklahoma, the A team, 20 defense, off of a loss to Oak State, off of a loss to Kansas. They are not coming off of a loss after West Virginia, I guarantee that. West Virginia B team gives up 24. After reading it, I like Oklahoma and, of course, the over in the game. I think Oklahoma just buries them. They have to beat them. I mean, they've lost 2 in a row. They're not. This is at home. West Virginia's okay, but not there. So definitely like Oklahoma here. Cincinnati, Houston. Cincinnati's been playing kind of weak. Houston's 2.5, 55.5. Cincinnati's, they've been playing bad. Defense 28. Houston, a 31. That's why I couldn't understand the Baylor score last week. You got a 31 defense, and they played Texas fairly good, but it was a high-scoring game. I think this is an over, and I can't bet on Cincinnati. Houston's they're inconsistent, but I think this goes over 49. Houston scores a lot. And again, both defenses suck. Cincy's not an over, but plays pretty well. San Diego State, Colorado State. We got Colorado State 4.5, 47.5, up from 46. The Sharps betting it over. San Diego State is not an over team. They don't score. They're the ones who lost to Nevada 6-0. Are you going to bet on them? Colorado State over team gives up 32. I like Colorado State. Good quarterback, good coach. I think Norrell's the coach. I think at home they win. You can't trust San Diego State. Any team that loses to Nevada 6-0. I am not betting on in my lifetime a 28 defense. I think Colorado State kicks their ass here. It's a good spot for them against a pretty weak team. We just got to check their quarterback. Clay Millen, he's been out for a while. They got a running back out and the quarterback's out, but it's not the starter. San Diego State, we don't care if they have injuries or not. They don't have anything. Let's see. I just want to see Colorado State's the last few games. Yeah, they lost to Wyoming 24-15. They lost to the Air Force. Well, everybody loses to the Air Force, but the Army. And they lost to Vegas, but they haven't been playing high-scoring games. Let's check the Wyoming game. Fowler Nicolsi's been the quarterback, 24 of 42, 220 yards, 2 touchdowns, but he throws 2 interceptions. Wyoming wins 24-15, and no running from Colorado State. And if we look at let's look at the Vegas game. Fowler Nicolsi, 21 of 32. So he's not a bad quarterback, 235 yards, 1 inner. He's not really a runner. They did have Sheldy run 11 for 90 against Vegas. And Mahava for Vegas, he's really good. 27 of 36, 353. See, it's all, you get a good quarterback, all of a sudden the team scores more, they win more. Vegas is a very strong team. A couple of years ago, they were Z. They bring in this Mahava guy, and he's lighting it up. He's a good quarterback. You can bet him over. But Colorado State, I'm wondering, this Fowler Nicolsi is not. Well, the problem is Shieldy runs a little bit. What did he do against up here? Shieldy ran 7 for 32. So he didn't really run against Wyoming, who has a better defense. So here you got San Diego State with this weak-ass defense. So Colorado State, their quarterbacks are just not – they're not – I see over with the 32, but I scratch my head. Let's look at the last 5 for Colorado State. Where did they go over? Well, they put up 35 on Colorado. Middle Tennessee, 31. 41 on UTEC. Who the hell is that? Oh, that's why it's Division II. Utah State, 24. 31 on Boise. That's not bad. 23 on Vegas. 13 on Air Force is pretty good, and 15 on Wyoming. So, yeah, they're probably not an over team. A 60 on Utah State and a 60 on Boise, and then 48, 43, 39. So we're not playing them over. It's how bad is San Diego State? Let's take a look at it. Oh, well, let's go to the Nevada game and let's see. They're brilliant. Maiden, 6 of 14, 47 yards, and he wants to run, and that's it. So let's see him against Utah State. It's Maiden also. Yeah, this Maiden. Now here he's 25 of 39, 3 touches and an interception. So he's getting better. And they lost to Utah State 32-24. So the quarterback's not terrible. Maybe he's new and he's just getting his feet wet. I don't know. Certainly we can find better fish to fry than that. UTSA and Rice, very good game. Frank Harris, my man. Rice quarterback is questionable. Daniels came from USC to Georgia. He wasn't very good. Now at Rice, he's okay. He found his level. He's a good Rice quarterback, not a good USC or Georgia quarterback. Utah State. UTSA is up to 14.5. Probably not going to play then. 58.5. All right. So you've got no quarterback for Rice. Who's their backup? We don't know. UTSA, Frank Harris. Do we want to lay 8? I don't know, because we don't know what the Rice's backup is. Daniels beat him out, who wasn't very good, but he's playing well here. Rice isn't over. They give up 28. So I think if we know that Daniels is out, we're more apt to bet UTSA than go over, unless we know the backup, which we don't. So this is the problem. You can't just say, oh, the backup's playing. This isn't the NFL where the backups all suck, as do the starters. I mean, Rice might have a good backup, maybe not, but you don't know it. And so you can't really – maybe you play UTSA here, but I love the over if Daniels would have played. This is a great over, but unfortunately he's not. So, well, we don't think he is. He's doubtful with the concussion, I think. So probably won't play. And this is the you finally find that over game you want to really bet it, and the quarterback's out. You're like, fuck. All right, Florida LSU, same deal. LSU 13.5, 62.5. We know Bobby will be on LSU. This was page 1. All right. 13.5, 62.5. That line hasn't moved. Florida kind of E with the 25. Although Graham Mertz's numbers, he's like 12 touchdowns, 2 picks now. So he's finding the offense. We know LSU. We saw him against Alabama, but they don't have Daniels. Their backup wasn't bad. Can we get a 63 over on this with the backup? Florida doesn't seem to really have a defense. I mean, it's not like it used to be. So it's a 25 against a 28 defense. Daniels, I think he's questionable with the concussion or a head injury. Yeah, the guy who hit him in the chin last week for Alabama. So they called it a concussion. Did it look like a concussion? Looked like he broke his jaw. He was holding this, not a concussion. But he did fall on him, and of course, it's in Alabama. They didn't throw a flag. We want safety of the quarterback. Well, we'll let the Alabama guys use their heads and hit him in the chin, and we won't throw a flag on Alabama. Because who's running it? Probably Nick Saban's running the referees. So I don't know. I think we got to wait till game day and see if he plays. It's a great over. If he doesn't play, I don't know. What's the line? It's 13.5. If you see it go down to 11, he's not playing. If you stay at 13.5, I would think he would play. I would think he's going to play if he can. And then against Florida, I think this is an over. I think they'll score plenty on Florida. And as you see, when you got a 28 defense, they can score on you pretty good. And so I think this goes over if Daniels plays. Texas TCU. Texas 9.5. Okay. So what they did was there's the games here. They've moved to nighttime, so I got to go back into my sheet. Texas 9.5, 54 hasn't moved. Texas strong fucking defense. Although Kansas State found a way. Now TCU's 2 quarterbacks are out. The one guy's hurt. The other guy got hurt last week, I think, or the week before. I don't think he's playing. If he's out, I think Texas beats them pretty good. TCU's not been good this year. They don't really have that running attack they had last year. The reason I love them is they were balanced. They had a good quarterback, and the quarterback could run very well. This is an explosive offense when ran right with a quarterback, which is not what they have. So I think Texas, they're leading the division. They have to win. It's a revenge game. I think Texas beats them, by at least a touchdown or more. Texas minus 3.5. Their quarterback's out, but the backup was very strong against Kansas State, and Kansas State's got a very good defense. So the fact that they were way out and scored a ton, and the quarterback looked good. So that was my mistake, not knowing the backup, playing the game under. And the guy's throwing touchdowns all over the place. I'm going, well, fuck, this isn't over. If it's yours against Kansas State, it's an over. I know Will Howers is good, and I'm like that. So, it's a backup. They'll probably just run more. Boom, boom, boom. It's 21-0 before you sat down, and I lost the under on that, basing it on the backup quarterback. So that's why I say what I say is. Be careful. You don't know who if you haven't seen the quarterback, some of them are terrible and some are okay. So you gotta really know. So maybe we can play Texas, but I wouldn't play it a lot. Mississippi State A&M, very good game. If I can find it. All right. A&M is 19.5, 43.5. Mississippi State's terrible. They lost Will Rogers. It says questionable with an arm for the last month. He hasn't played. Their backup is not good, so we know they don't have a backup. A&M off the loss to Mississippi, off the loss to Alabama. Look for them to get the win. Mississippi State with the 26 defense and really no offense. A&M with a very strong defense and a very strong offense. So they're an A team. Look for them to kill Mississippi State. Unless we see Rodgers playing. Interesting, the over-under is 44, so they're assuming he's not playing, and they're just going to kill him. They'll shut him out, and that's what I think they'll do. So I like A&M minus 14 there. Ohio State and Michigan State, our buddies. Ohio State laying 31.5, 47.5. Interesting. Michigan State with a 26 defense, and Ohio State's an A team with a 10 defense. Showed it against Penn State, 20-12. Believe me, if Penn State got 12, Michigan State's not getting 12. Michigan State will get shut out in this game. Question is, what does Ohio State do? So for that, we're going to go to the Michigan State game. 49-0 Michigan beat them with scoring with 5 seconds left. Let's go to the Nebraska game last week. And Michigan State, Hauser, the guy from Total Recall, is now the quarterback. 13 of 20 for 165 and a touchdown against Nebraska. This is last senior game, big emotional game. No running. Nebraska, Himmler, 12 of 28, 129, and 2 picks. Okay, so this is Michigan State's best game. It was an emotional game. It was the senior's last game. So they've had trouble scoring, although they scored 24 in the Rutgers game that I locked, that we got the win on. 7 against Washington, 9 against Maryland, 16 against Iowa, which is surprising. 24 in Rutgers, which is a total joke. Shut out by Michigan, 12 against Minnesota. So if we look at the Minnesota game, Hauser, 12 of 22, 117 yards, no touchdowns. and no running. And we look at Minnesota. Kalakamanis, 14 to 22, 200 yards, a touch and an intercept. They're giving up 200 yards to this clown. And Newbin ran 40 times for 240 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's how they beat them. Well, I think Ohio State's got some running backs. So what's Ohio State looking like here? 35-16 over Rutgers, but it was 9-7 until they got the pick six. Then they seemed to wake up. Wisconsin 24-10 and under, Penn State 20-12 and under, Purdue 41-7 and under, Maryland 37-17 and under, Notre Dame 17-14 and under. They've been under every fucking week, except the Western Kentucky 63-10, which is a 70, which is an under. They've been under every week, except for last week when I did I lock? I don't think I locked them. 51. It was a 43. We're back to 47. I mean, they're not scoring. They don't have a good offense. Michigan State's got a weak defense, no offense. This will be a shutout. I think you got to go under 53 here. I had over circled at 46. I was going to go over 40. But I think here I got to go. Now, I don't understand this line, 31.5. Who are they kidding? I think Michigan State in 37.5. It's going to be a hard number to beat. This isn't Michigan State. This isn't like North High School. What the fuck? 31 is way too much. Can't take Ohio State here, even though they know what the spread is. It was close at the end, and we know the Michigan score was 49-0. This will not be worse than that. So go under 53, I think, is the best play here. Then it's just, just shut them out. You shut them out, you win. But if you go take Ohio State in 25, I don't know. That's a tougher one. But I think I just don't see Michigan State. They haven't scored a lot all year. They had their emotional game last week with Nebraska. And they're at Ohio State now. It'll certainly be an emotional game against Ohio State. So it's not like they're going to be flat. You don't play Ohio State flat. You get up to try to beat them. And they will, which should keep the score low. I don't see Ohio State just coming out and booing. Very low score with Notre Dame, very low score with Penn State. Michigan State's not scoring in the game. This will be a shutout. It's probably, 38-0, something like that. Duke and North Carolina. Riley Leonard is out. North Carolina 13.5, up from 11.5. So Riley Leonard's out. Their backup, I don't know if he's playing. 51 is the over-under. The backup, I think, is also out for Duke. So Duke's kind of fucked in this game. North Carolina, strong offense. Duke, very strong defense. Still will be a strong defense. Look for Duke to run the ball down their throats because they don't really have a choice unless their third quarterback is Joe Montana. North Carolina, they give up 23 a game. This is definitely an under. Just a normal Duke game going under is that's normal. Killer defense, 15 defense, but they're not going to be able to score. So again, great defense. This will be like the Louisville game. Great defense, no offense. 51 is extremely high here. Go under. UCLA 17-44. UCLA's been having quarterback trouble. Arizona State's a W, gives up 30. UCLA's a very strong defense, giving up 16. They lost 27-10 to my Arizona team. Arizona State, not in the desert. I think UCLA wins this, but they're having problems. I think this is also an under with that defense. They got twin defensive tackles that are making like all these sacks. They transferred in from wherever, but they look really good. They got a very strong defense. They'll give USC all they want. But you got to go under with UCLA now. The quarterbacks are struggling, and they're injured. I don't know if they'll play or not. Boise, 24.5, 60.5. This is down from 26. And 60, we got New Mexico and over team 35, Boise and over team 29. Guess what we're going to do? We're going over the 60. Do I want to fuck with the spread? New Mexico, they're an over team. They score. Maybe they haven't been scoring lately, but let's check that out. Boise, I know, has been scoring a lot, not much defense. Well, yeah, New Mexico got killed by Vegas 56-14. They gave up 34 to Nevada. They beat Hawaii 42-21. San Jose State lit them up for 52-24. Wyoming lit them up 35-26. They beat UMass. So they've been playing high-scoring games, except for, well, even last week, Vegas lit them up. So they're not scoring as much. Let's go. That's what happened here. So against my Vegas team, New Mexico, Dylan Hopkins, 15-23, 187 yards. Nothing. This Merritt ran 21 for 86. So they don't have running, and their quarterbacks 15-23 for 187. So, and most importantly, they're not getting any sacks. What did Vegas do to them? Vegas had one sack. Okay, so not a lot of sacks. So I don't know what the problem is. But they haven't been scoring like they first were. Boise with the 29 defense. I think they've been playing over games too. Yeah. They beat Wyoming 32-7. Colorado State, they lost 31-30. San Jose State, 35-27. Memphis. All these games are high scoring, except for the Wyoming game. Let's see what happened there. Wyoming, Peasley, 10-20, 85 yards, a touch and interception, and no running. So Boise is Fresno State, Colorado State, San Jose State, Memphis, San Diego State put up a 31 against them. And they played UCF an 18-16 game. Wow. Washington beat them 56-19. So pretty much always an over. They're going to score in the 30s. Guess what? New Mexico, they're going to score in the 50s. Yeah, they're laying 24. Yeah, this has got to be an over. We just need New Mexico to score a little bit. Iowa State, BYU. BYU is just very weak right now. Slovis, the quarterback, who I really like, he's injured, but I don't know that he's out. Iowa State, great defense, a 20. BYU is a W team with a 27, so they're not really playing that strong. BYU, they're not the way they usually do. I think this is an under. Iowa State had that one over game that we lost, and then everything else is under. It's amazing how, they're an under team. We'll play them under. They go over. We don't play them under. It's fucking ridiculous. But I think this is this should be a low scoring game, although it's a 42 or Iowa State -1. We will see. The cream of the day, USC and Oregon. Oregon 14.5, 73.5. After watching that Oregon where I caught Oregon against, who was that team that lit them up pretty good? I think it was Washington State. And this is a 100-point game. At least this will be in the hundreds. Oregon usually puts up 50, 60 anyway. But after that Washington State game, I believe, or Stanford, somebody, I'm looking for Caleb will I mean, he was crying after last game. Like, dude, relax. He's probably crying because he won't win the Heisman because it's not based on how talented you are. It's what your record is. The whole thing's so stupid. Oregon State minus 14.5. You lay 8.5. It's if you think that USC is going to score, which I do, makes it hard. The over is just sitting at 73, 67.5, 40-37 gets you there. After last week, it was 35-35 at halftime. I mean, you already had the over one at halftime. I would think I mean, if I see 10-7 at the half, I'm retiring. This should be at least 60 points for Oregon. And if USC, and it looks like they can move it, they'll be at least in the 40s. I mean, it's going to be 65-40, 105. It was a 94 with Washington. You move the ball on Washington, you're going to move the ball on Oregon. Now, the only scary part is it's at Oregon where they tend to play a little bit better, but USC is gonna put up their 40. Oregon's gonna blitz the hell out of them. You just got to be careful there. But I think you're going to get at least 50 from Oregon, and Caleb Williams. I don't think you're gonna keep him in the 20s. I think he gets to the 30s. So it's an 80 something at least. So go over USC. Fresno State 1.5, 55. San Jose State, I like the quarterback, as you know. They're an 18, Fresno State. 22 defense. San Jose State's an over with the 27 defense. Over under 55. I got to go over with this one also. A 40. You're giving me a 49 with San Jose State. Fresno State's a good team, but they're going to be a good offensive team. I don't see them shutting down San Jose State at home. This is another over. And then Air Force and Hawaii. Air Force off of a loss to the Army, 23-3. I picked 23-0, but it was Air Force winning, not fucking Army. There was turnovers is what happened. I looked at the box score, and there was 2 interceptions by Air Force. Army scored. Boom, boom, boom. It's 21-0. And then it takes Air Force out of the run, and they're panicking, and the Army can play them for pass. That's what happens. That's how you get the unders when you get that blowout. But we wanted the under, but I'm shocked. Air Force will kill Hawaii here. Minus 18, 47. I think they're going to shut them out. I mean, this time I think Air Force gets the shutout. They'll just Hawaii's got a 34 defense, and they're not scoring a lot. Air Force they'll be very focused after the loss. Go Air Force. This is your 11 o'clock games that I finally won one last week when I had UCLA Arizona under. I keep waking up. I had Colorado, Stanford going. Oh, it's 29-0 at half. Oh, I'm laying 4 points. I'll win, and I lost that one. And ever since, I wake up and my 11 o'clock game's losing, and I can't figure it out. Why is it losing? So now, that's what I got, but we got to go. It's a W team with the 34 defense against the Air Force, and you're not going to score on them with your Hawaii the way I've been watching you. So that's all, folks. Tomorrow we'll do pros because it's too much, but I like that I dig in, and then if we look at injuries, we can't go through all the teams, but we can look through some of them if I see something unusual. But I think we went through these, or maybe not. I'll do a quick look. Alabama's okay. Arizona's okay. Arkansas, nothing. See, BYU Slovis is questionable with an arm. And what did we just say? They're playing Iowa State. So if he doesn't play, we don't know the backup, but I think Iowa State -1, I think, is good. I do like Slovis, so we'll have to see. Kell's got 4 running backs out, but none of them are the star on the team. Coastal Carolina. So McCall's doubtful with a concussion. Guest is questionable with so maybe Guest plays. He's not terrible, but he's not McCall. Duke, Riley Leonard's out with the toe, and Berlin, the backup, is questionable with an upper body. What does that mean? Oblique, a rib? They usually are pretty clear on that. They got North Carolina, so I think Berlin will probably play. Oh, excuse me. Florida State, 4 wide receivers are questionable for the Miami game. But I would bet anything they play, or at least the one they have who's good will play. Yes, sir. What, Gregor John? What are you talking about? Georgia, one linebacker questionable. The other one out with the forearm, which I saw the play. He landed awkwardly. And Brock Bowers says late November. Did he break his ankle or just sprain it or ligament? But it was just a simple play. It was just running to the goal line, and then he ran out of bounds. The next thing you knew, his ankle was all shot up. Let's see. Nothing. Iowa. The whole team's got the flu. Iowa State's healthy. Kansas, 2 questionables. Starting quarterback's out, but we like the backup better anyway. K-State, 2 linebackers out. They've been out. Kent, the quarterback, is questionable for today's game with Kent against Bowling Green. Yeah, I like Bowling Green there. Go Bowling Green, beat Navy. Kentucky, Leary's questionable with an eye, and they get to play Alabama. Two running backs are out for Kentucky. A third's questionable. 2 O linemen are out. Yeah, that's just what you want against Alabama. Daniels for LSU, questionable with a concussion, so he might play. He plays, it's an over. After watching that Alabama game, then you can't stop him. And he's very accurate. He reminds me of Hendon Hooker of Tennessee last year. Very mobile, but he's got a good arm. And that's what I bitch about Lamar. He doesn't have a good arm. He's kind of doing this now. He's aiming the ball like darts. He's pathetic. All right. 2 cornerbacks out for LSU, a third, and a safety. So, yeah, Florida should be able to light them up. So, if Daniels plays, this is a strong overplay. Louisville, nothing. Marshall, Maryland. Maryland's got a lot of outs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 outs. 3 are wide receivers. All right. Memphis, Hennigan, he's probable. Okay. Miami, Doesn't have the coach listed here. Well, I think you're going to see high score in that Miami game. It's the type of thing that I think Florida State's going to play. You're going to get a lot of turnovers. I think you're going to get like the LSU game. You're going to get your pick sixes. Van Dyke will score. Florida State, but we'll go on fourth. It's going to be pullouts of stops. This should be high scoring, I think. I hope. Better than the Notre Dame Ohio State game. You hate the artificial turf. They have the Ravens as Super Bowl contenders. Yeah, sure they are. You keep believing that one. Michigan State, oh my God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 guys on your roster are out. 16 guys, and these are like September and October. Most of these are October. Wow. Running backs, like every position. Yeah. Go Ohio State. Minnesota, nothing. Mississippi, not much. See, old Mississippi State, Will Rogers, quarterback, questionable Saturday arm. It's the same questionable he's had for the last month. I don't get what's wrong with his arm, but he obviously can't throw the ball. Then why is he questionable? Why isn't he doubtful or out? Missouri, very critical for us. Questionable wide receiver, questionable linebacker, questionable wide receiver. So 2 wide receivers are questionable. And that's it. 2 DBs out. But if we want, are we playing the game over? Tennessee, Missouri. No, we like Missouri. Well, and we like the over. Could be both. Let's see. NC State, Nebraska, Nevada, New Mexico State. Ben Bryant, quarterback, Northwestern, questionable with upper body. We were looking at him against Wisconsin. Ohio State, they got a lot of injuries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They got 9 guys out for the year. And they've got 4 receivers out. This is what makes it why they're low score. A couple of running backs out, wide receivers out. So you wonder why aren't they scoring? That's why. Oklahoma, you boys ready for after 2 losses in a row? You're going to come out fired up for me? Oak State, 3 wide receivers are questionable. Bray's the one that I know is good, but he's not the one. I think it's some other name lit up Oklahoma, but yeah, they're very balanced. Oregon, nothing. Oregon State, nothing. Penn State, again, there's a lot of outs, questionables. Purdue, yeah, we don't care. Rice again, Jay Daniels, quarterback, doubtful with the concussion. That hurts. It's an over if he plays, but I don't know. He's doubtful with a concussion. You finally find the game you want, and then the injury pops in. You're like, Jesus Christ. South Alabama quarterback Bradley, questionable with the knee. He's their starter. South Florida, USC. 2 wide receivers questionable, running back questionable, cornerback questionable, safety out, and D lineman out, which is good because we want to bet it over. So if we get our receivers back, which they should come back, we can get over. SMU quarterback questionable Friday with the head, but not a concussion. That game's Friday against North Texas. We like it over if Stone plays, the SMU quarterback. So we miss Stanford, nothing. Syracuse. Tennessee, running back questionable, running back out, DB out, DB out, 2 linebackers out. Perfect. You want in the over or taking Missouri, we've got 2 DBs out and 2 linebackers out. Perfect. And a running back out. The other one's questionable. Texas, Ewers out. That's it. And we got the other guy who looks good. And TCU, quarterback Morris is out. He's their starter. 2 wide receivers out, 3 wide receivers out, which is critical in the TCU offense. So Texas minus 3.5? Yeah, because Texas' backup quarterback's good here. Not only don't you have the starter, but you don't have 3 wide receivers for TCU, and their backup's not that good. They're struggling. Texas Tech, quarterback's out. We know Shaw, 2 tight ends out. O lineman, D lineman, linebacker. And what do we got? Kansas, I think. Yeah, Kansas T-Tech. Kansas 4.5 and a 60. So if T-Tech has, let's see, a tight end. Well, no, he's a DL, an OL, a TE, linebacker, quarterback. Not too bad on the injury list. We can still go either way. We can go over or Kansas. So UAB, UCLA, a couple of running wide receiver out, linebacker out. Now here, their 2 quarterbacks are questionable. Moore and Garbers are both injured. One's a foot, one's a head. That's why UCLA is kind of struggling. So got to be careful with them. They're really strong defensively. Lou Lafayette, their starting quarterbacks their starter and reserve are both out. I'm not sure what you'll leave. And then some other guy was legendary, was out since August. So these 2 are your plus. I don't know. You're on your 4th-string quarterback at Lou Lafayette. Vegas, Brumfield is questionable. Utah, I'm waiting to see Rising playing, but that won't happen. Virginia's quarterback Musket, the backup, I believe, is questionable with a foot. They play Louisville, and if he's out, Louisville is going to slaughter them because they don't have a defensive. They don't have a quarterback. What are they going to do? Louisville seems to be a good team. Washington, they're fairly healthy. Washington State looks fairly healthy. That's it. So what do you got there, Hulkster? So race UTSA, we like the over if the quarterback plays, but he's doubtful, but we don't know what the backup is. Boise, New Mexico looks like the over. Oregon, USC. Let's give that as the free play. Oregon, USC over. So your free play is Oregon, USC with the San Diego Chargers. San Diego Chargers take the points. Oregon, USC go over 67. After looking, I believe it's the Washington State game where the guy threw for. Let's make sure. I thought that's what it was. Yeah, Ward, 34 of 48, 438 yards. That's really the game. And Penix is 22 of 37 for 302 and 4 touchdowns. And they ran Johnson 20 for 100. So it is possible to score on Oregon, although that game was at Washington. The first game was at Oregon. So the Washington State game was at Oregon. But they scored, this is ridiculous. I mean, 38 on Texas Tech. I forget Hawaii. 42 on Colorado. 42 on Stanford. 33 on Washington. 38 on Washington State. 35 on Utah and 63 on Cal. And they have to win because they're trailing Washington. This is beautiful. So we can see where you can score on Oregon, Washington, and Washington State doing it. So we look for USC with Caleb to do what he did last. I mean, putting up 32 on Washington is very impressive. So, we should get the same type of game. What was that score last week? Where is it? USC. 52-42, sorry. So a 94 with Washington. You're going to be in the 90s with Oregon. And Oregon's going to put up more than 52 on you. So, again, this is where you're looking. The only scary part is Oregon's defense. But since Washington and Washington State lit you up, USC will let you up. USC was able to move on Washington, who has a killer defense also. But it was at home on grass. Now you're going to Oregon, which God knows. Well, if you want to give me a show on TV, I'll be happy to do it. I don't know anybody to do that, but I've been bugging them for a show on to be a guest on these economics gold shows. They're all scared they won't contact. I'll email them. I'll be a guest, and they don't. How long does it take to watch my YouTube and go? Yeah, but yeah, I'd be. You want to get me one? I'll do it. Right now, we'll have to settle for a show here. So, again, there's a whole bunch. So what's different now is the teams need to win their conferences to get into the playoffs. So you're going to see Washington play. You're going to see Oregon, their game back. They're just going to explode. USC's out of it now. I don't know who's on that side. Utah got a couple lost. UCLA maybe. Arizona maybe is there for the South, for the Pac-10 South. Probably them, but that's what you have is Alabama can't lose. They want to wrap up. Georgia wants to wrap up. Texas can't lose. Kansas and these Oklahoma with 2 losses need to win. Oklahoma plays West Virginia. They have to win, right? Because they've lost 2 games. Texas has 1 loss. They want to win, get in the playoffs. They can't lose. And they're at home to West Virginia. Teams like Oak State, Kansas, 2 losses. Texas loses. They're right there. I think Oak State plays Texas. Again, Washington. Utah without a quarterback is pretty pathetic. Great defense. And you just go down the line. Ohio State should kill Michigan State. And then Michigan, Penn State. Still, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I can take Penn State, but they are a home dog in a revenge game. You'll get the effort. They've got a lot of wide receivers out. They've got a pretty strong defense. Will they be able to score on Michigan? And or is it going to be like Ohio State where they didn't? But I don't think Michigan's going to light it up here. I don't give Michigan much more than 20 points. The question is, what do I do with Penn State? Can they score enough to win? If they can't win, I don't want to bet them as a dog. I only want to bet them as a dog if they can win. So, again, real tough. Do you play the game or you just not? We're on Alabama, we're on Georgia, we're on Oklahoma, we're on Washington, Oak State, Kansas, da-da-da-da-da. Do we want to fuck around with Michigan, Penn State? Is the risk reward great enough to do it? Because I think the only way you play the game is Penn State as a home dog or the under. But do you need to fuck around with this game just to say I picked it? Or do you go to, Missouri and go, that's an easier game or a better game, or USC over? There comes a time where you're like, what's a better game? And what I keep fucking up with is like I didn't play Tennessee and Connecticut last week. And I sat there and I go, why didn't I play this game? If it was week 1, I'd have played it. How did I miss it? How did I not? Because of the point spread was 35. Yeah, okay. But if it was week 1, that would have been a lock. But here you're seeing these other games and they're kind of distracting you from your best game against the Z team, like James Madison, Troy. Let's see. What's that game I was just talking about? Who was I just talking about? Anyway, that's the Michigan game. So do I want to fuck with the Michigan Penn State or go? I was talking Tennessee, Connecticut is James Madison, Connecticut. I got James Madison, very strong 18, lane 24 to the same Connecticut. Do I just lay the 18 and not, so I got an A team against the Z team at home laying 18, or do I go fuck around with Michigan Penn State? That's really what you've got to struggle with in my world, because I can pick so many games that I try now to throw them out. Is it worth playing Michigan Penn State? And do I want to play it just so I can say I picked the winner, right? Sometimes I do that just to show off, and that gets me into trouble. And then I missed the Tennessee game. So, it all depends. It's there's all these games, and you can pick them 4 ways: favorite, dog, over, under. And believe me, if you dig hard enough, you can almost do that to every game. You should be able to pick one of the 4. And who's hot, who's cold, the injuries. LSU, we like if the quarterback plays, but doesn't play. So it's all dependent on the injury. We know Cam Rising's not playing, so it's not so we can play Washington and lay 3 points to Utah is pretty good. Utah's good defensively, but not good offensively. And Washington will, again, they put up 36 on Oregon. They'll put up 36 on Utah. And that's what I try to look at is the comparison. And then you look at the last, these Mid-America Sun Belt teams. You got to throw out the Michigan game where they lose 63-0 because you're trying to average the score to try to assume what's going to happen. So you're getting your statistics in. So it's like, okay, let's look at the last 5 conference games. And now you can get more accurate trends. Although we've got to wait till late October to finally do that. That's where that's what's tough the first month. You don't know who you have. That's why I get better as the season goes. So now I got a 35-unit lock this week, which is, not even it probably should be higher, but I'm being conservative because of what I see. If they have to win, what's going on, what the matchup, the injuries, all this stuff. I remember in the 70s. I used to get Doc's. He had a service. It was Big Ten. And so, I always have picked my own games, but, I'll look. And Doc's, sure enough, had the Big Ten lock of the year. And he had Iowa, Purdue, and Iowa had the whole team injured, sort of like Wisconsin and Michigan State. And so Purdue minus like 10 was the lock of the year. And Mark Herman was the quarterback. I won't forget that. And I checked the halftime score. It's 54-0 Purdue over Iowa. And so the handicappers, but it was because of Iowa having all the injuries. And Herman was okay. He was playing well. And so, but it was in like this time of year, late October, early November when he did it. But what was he doing? He was betting against all these injuries and Mark Herman, and he's going, and 54-0 at half. You're like, okay, I think that's a winner. That was the day I hit 17 for 17, and that was one of them. So it's okay to listen to people if they make sense, but I picked it my own. I don't know if I was playing the game or not, but when he gave it as his lock of the year, I looked at it and I said, does this make sense? And I had it, so then I agree with it and I bet it. Just like that Florida State-Oklahoma game in the Orange Bowl, where it was 17-16 Oklahoma, 18-17 Oklahoma won, and I had 11 points before the teaser with Florida State, and that was the easiest. That was like $2,000 in 1977 or 79, which was real money. And so that's really the key: is you pick the game, and then you get somebody that you like. This Ron's I used. He used to mail it. That's how old this was. It wasn't even an email. And he'd mail it, and I'd get it. It was like a 93. Most of his were 75s and a 66, a 75. He never give high. And all of a sudden, this was a 94. And I looked at it, and, okay, Florida State's got the speed. Oklahoma, it was the year after Billy Sims left, I think. So I hit it hard, and it was never a doubt. They were winning the whole game, and I'm getting 13, 15 points, whatever. So because it's later, you know the team. The key is to understand the team and not use last year's team. Now I can use even Alabama and Georgia. They had different quarterbacks, right? Alabama had Steve Young, and Georgia had Stenson Benson. So they're both gone now. I got to learn. Georgia's quarterback looks damn good. Alabama, Milrose has his moments, and but he's okay. And then off you go. And that's really what Alabama doesn't have running this year. They didn't have running last year. So, of course, the Lions draft a running back. But that's what it is. So it all comes down to markets. The more you know the team, better. Now you can make better decisions and risk more money, which is why I get stronger. See, now I really start pounding them. The Kansas, the Oak States, all these things. The team that's still screwing me up is Notre Dame. Like, what the fuck happened? The 31-24. Well, Hartman's throwing a pick six. Why is Hartman throwing a pick six? What the fuck are you doing, Notre Dame? And their offensive coordinator is terrible. They're making Hartman look bad. Hartman's an outstanding quarterback. Same thing with Miami. Van Dyke throws 3 picks. What the fuck are you doing? So that's why I kind of would like Florida State, but they're 13.5. I think Van Dyke comes back pretty strong this week. So that's what you do, is you start learning it. Well, it's like dating a girl, or say you're dating a girl. Well, you see her and she's pretty and you want to take her out, but you don't know her and she doesn't know you. So the first process is to get comfortable. Then you start talking to her and then see what she's like. Like Jenna, I've known for years, and yet here she's given me, I said, just stop with the sugar. And she's, oh, what is sugar? Doesn't have anything to do with it. Sugar's got everything to do with it. So instead of just taking the advice, she's like, Well, it doesn't have anything to do with it. And it's like, what the fuck you talking about? So are you comfortable? Are you learning? Where I doubt Daria would question it. I've told her about sugar before and she's listened. She said, yeah, I'm staying off sugar. So that's the point. It's the longer you know somebody, the more comfortable you get, and off you go. And that's in all relationships. That's in all jobs. You get a new job, you don't know the company. Do you even want to work there? They don't know you. They can't. So there's that period of, can we trust Howard? Is he good? And off you go. And that's really, but that's what life is. You're playing poker, you got to get comfortable with it. You betting football, you got to get comfortable with the teams. You got to learn the teams and get comfortable. And that's what I'm teaching you is the best way to learn it is, well, look at the points. How's their defense? How are they against other teams? And that's really what you're looking at is the defense, the quarterback, all these key positions. How good's the coach? Well, we got our say on the Miami coach. Not very good. So we know what we're getting with Florida State. We know what we're getting in Alabama, Georgia. Missouri looks very good this year. Kansas State, Oak State, Oklahoma, Texas, Washington, Oregon, USC. So those teams are easy because we see them a lot. It's the South Alabamas, the Jacksonville States. What do we got tonight? Bowling Green and Kent. How comfortable are we with them? That's why I'm leery to bet the MAC on a Wednesday when I can bet, Miami, Florida State, or Texas, TCU, or those games. I can bet those on Saturday because it's all the bet's a bet. I don't want to just throw a bet out and lose it when I got all these good ones that I'm waiting to pull the trigger on. So that's really what you're looking at. And we will see. And again, we're hoping things come we bet the game over and we expect it to go as it does. USC Washington last week, we bet the game over. It goes over. That's what we expected. So we will see with these other games what they're doing. We're hoping, Washington State Cal goes over. We expect it to go over. Will it go over? And that's where it gets kind of screwy is when you look at the line, like Eastern Carolina, Florida Atlantic. I don't have an expectation. I don't know what the outcome is going to be. But I got a feeling that Kansas will beat Texas Tech, and they've been red hot. So you think that's going to happen, and it's been happening. So it's all you can do. You really don't know what the expected. You can expect the outcome: high scoring, low scoring. UCLA, low scoring team. Iowa, low scoring team. So you expect it to be low scoring because that's the type of team they are. But you got to learn that type of team. Anyway, that's lesson today. So your free pick USC over with the San Diego Chargers. Anyway, so we got this. We're waiting on gold to go up very, very soon. I think this war in Israel is one purpose. It's to end the war with Russia. We have no business at war with Russia. I don't know what the fuck we're doing. We're not even using our own soldiers. The guy in the Ukraine is like so corrupt. So I don't really know what the fuck to even think. But the best way to end the Ukraine war with Russia is to start the Israeli war, and then you just kind of walk away. I don't get these guys who think wars for the inflation or the recession. It's got nothing to do with it. It's an expense. You're spending a lot of money. If anything, it takes your mind away. So you're thinking, oh, look at the war. So I won't pay attention to the border, and I won't pay attention to the inflation, and I won't pay attention to the recession. I won't pay attention to any of that or how stupid Biden is. I'm focused on Israel. I'm not focused on it, but when you turn on the TV, when I go work out, I hit the bike first, then I hit the pool, and they got all these stupid CNNs and all these channels I hate, and all they talk about it's this war with Israel. No more war with Ukraine. No more border crossings. No more how stupid Biden looks falling down. No Hunter Biden laptop. It's just the Israeli war. It's just a way to get your mind off of it. That's why I don't watch these channels. That's why you see me on YouTube pulling off Alligator and Egon, because this is what is important. This is what we need to focus on. We need to focus on gold. I'm just so tired of these analysts buy this stock. Oh, the stock. I heard this yesterday or the day before. Some stock's down. You should buy it now because it's cheap. Nowhere do they say buy gold. Nowhere. Well, you hear these. The only place, the problem is gold is the only place you hear it is these salesmen. Buy gold now. I saw one commercial. I almost threw up. You had, I think, Rick Rude and Reichert and these other clowns that we laugh at on Mark McGuire's show. And there's 4 clowns, and they're all like, buy gold now. This is the best time. But they're salesmen. So you can't sell to buy gold. You have to explain to buy gold. And that's the difference. I tell you why to buy it. I don't sell it, so I'm not telling you to buy it to make a margin, a sale, a commission. You'll buy it, it'll make the price go up, because we all know it doesn't make the price go up. Only the paper price is controlled by by JP Morgan. Only the derivatives make the price go up and down. That's it. It's got nothing to do with supply demand. It's got nothing to do if we all went and bought 20 ounces of gold tomorrow, the price wouldn't go up. So, but that's the thing. So when you see these commercials, you think, oh, they're just saying that to sell the gold. It's fake. And that's really what you got to bleed out of it, is that stuff. That's why I show you Egon. He's not a salesman. He's more of an economist like me. That's why it works better when somebody like me tells you about it, because I'm not selling you. I don't care. I'm not looking at the sales price. I'm not trying to make you buy it so I make money. Again, had I talked to the Attack on Wall Street guy, I'd have never let him bought the Ritz 60,000. I'd have had him in gold. Oh, you don't want to take a risk and you won't go to zero? Fine, buy gold. But I won't get a commission on it. So why would I tell you to buy it? See, that's the problem we're fighting. We're fighting the U.S. not wanting gold to go up because the dollar will go out. And all the people that you would listen to for advice, who you think would try to help you, aren't helping you at all. And they're all sitting there telling you to buy stocks or put your money in the bank for safe holdings. What do you hear? Put your money in cash. What kind of safe haven is that? So when the cash goes to zero, you've got all your money in cash. What's the point of that? Better have your money in gold, and then you don't have to worry about it. So I don't know. Again, that's why you've got to talk to somebody like me relating to economics and gold, because I don't have an incentive for you to listen and for you to understand it. There's no, if you get it, then you're going to buy gold from me. See, that's what taints it. That's the problem with these idiots with the gold. And yet they're still selling a lot of gold and silver, I guess. All I know is central banks buy the tons, not they're buying the big bars. We're buying the coins. We're buying a half ounce and an ounce. They're buying huge bars. So keep that in mind. But again, the key points are what the markets are. The stock market is a total scam. It's all about commission. They don't care if you make money. The stockbroker financial advisors are in bed with the companies, not you. All they're trying to do is get you to buy something to make commission. They don't care what it's like me. If I just shove the game to take Utah State over Nevada, go bet it at Caesars, and then Caesars is paying me commission to get you to go make a bet there. Right? That's kind of what Wall Street is. I don't care. Just go sell, get guys to, you're going to make them rich. They're going to buy the stock. And that's all we care about is they buy the stock. We get commission on it. It's a rigged market. It's all a Ponzi scheme. And that's what you really are trying to avoid. You don't want to be in a Ponzi scheme. So that's why you have to understand, but you got to understand the stock market's a Ponzi scheme before you even go in it. The only safe place is gold, but of course nobody's going to tell you that except for the gold guy trying to sell you gold. And so you need an independent like me. That's the difference. But I don't sell you anything. Bobby Bo, where the hell have you been? Well, yeah, it's been 3.5 hours. I'm out to eat, but I'll hang on for you, Bobby Bo. Again, you haven't gotten the notification. I don't know what to tell you. Greg, John, are you getting the notifications? I mean, you can see I've got students, so people are seeing I'm on. Well, like here, it's 5 o'clock. So I started at 1:30. I've been starting a little. I think I had to stop at the store to get some eggs and shit. So I probably started at 1:32. But yeah, like I said, it'll be, I need some time to do that because now I'm like tired. So, and I got to eat dinner and, we'll see. Yeah, the Jets, I've never seen San Diego cover a spread like that before. It's been since Dan Fouts when they actually covered and they were sacking them. I'm surprised the Jets don't have a screen game and, how to handle the blitz yet. I mean, and the guy's not a bad quarterback. He played well at BYU. And when you got guys like Joshua Dobbs winning games, it's just shake your head time. You made an omelet this morning. Very good. I was in the hot tub talking to a guy. He started talking to me. I don't talk to people anymore. I just sit there and I play INFJ. I'm like, you're not worth talking to. I'm not. Now, if you engage me, I will engage you back. If you seem to be kind of an honest type. And so we started talking about the diet. And he says, I'm on the veggie diet where I eat, I think he does an 18-hour fast, but he doesn't eat meat. And he's on the veggie diet. So he eats a lot of vegetables and omelets, but he doesn't eat meat. He says, my wife puts me on tofu and all that shit. And I'm like, what the fuck you on that shit for? But he's lost weight and his blood pressure is pretty normal now. And I says, well, do you do the fasting? He says, no, I don't want to do the fasting, but I'm healthy. I says, no. You do the fasting for the photography. The fasting is like getting rid of this. This is going to zero. So I sell all these to buy gold and silver because I want to get out of this before it goes to zero. The photography is to let the little man clean you up. So you go on a 2-day, you go on a 48-hour fast. You're not doing it for weight. You're doing it to let the little guy clean you up. That's the point of the over 18-hour fasting. And that's why you go like 2 days, like don't eat Monday and then get back at it Tuesday for night. It'll be 48 hours, but you've had that little guy cleaning you for 30 hours and you're much healthier. And that's my point. So anyway, we had so I talked him into fasting. I says, you need the photography. You gotta do a 48-hour fast. It's really just skipping one day. He says, you drink? I says, yeah, I have water, tea, coffee. I just don't have sweet and low, or I put half and half in my coffee, but I don't, all I do is really put cinnamon in it, which, one little thing of cinnamon, but I always do that. Not as good as the professor. As Bobby Bo is not a great cook, but getting better. Just watch Gordon Ramsay. That's what I did. And he kind of teaches you, but you want to put salt and pepper on stuff, and you want to put like a garlic, butter. Butter sweetens it up good. So if you're making a steak, marinate it. And then, as it's cooking, take butter and just spread it on there, and it gives a really good taste. And that's he kind of cheats because he uses a lot of sweet stuff. So when he gives you the meal, it tastes good because it's all sugar. He's killing you. I couldn't eat his food because there would be too much sugar. It's like the Chinese now. I get the General Chow. I leave the sauce on the side so I can dip in the sauce, but I'm just having a little taste of it, not the whole sauce, because it's sweet and sour sauce, which is killing me. But don't kid yourself, Bobby. I'm sure. Look, you can play baseball. You can cook. All right. So anyway, I'm expecting this war in Russia to be over very soon because of the war in Israel. They're trying to think, how do I get out of the Russian war? It's costing us a lot of money. There's no point in it. Europe doesn't want to be in it. So how do we end it? Oh, we'll have a war with Israel. And as everybody's looking at that war, they'll forget there's a war with Russia, and and then we'll just end it. So I think that'll end pretty soon. I might be going there before Turkey. But I was looking at Turkey, and there's this place. I don't know how many people have been to Turkey. I've never been there. There's this place, Antalyalu, or whatever the fuck you call it. Antalya, which is really nice. It's like Turkish. I knew I was going to struggle with this word. Riviera. It's the Turkish Riviera. So it's on the Mediterranean. It's not only the French Riviera and then where Monaco is, Monte Carlo. That's on the Riviera. And I've been there. And then this is like, I guess, the Turkey Riviera. So I guess the Riviera is like you're on the Mediterranean. And it's not like a lot of nice boats and a lot of nice beaches and a little arcades and a little theme park, like not Disneyland, but maybe like Cedar Point, and then a lot of food and a lot of shopping. That's what I miss. That's what Europe has, is these big markets. And you walk in, there's all this food and there's all these shopping. We don't have them here. I mean, we have malls, but it's not the same. And I like the one in Barcelona, and then this one I've been looking at. So definitely looking at it. And so we might go there if we go to Turkey. She's getting her passport, I guess, this week or next week. And I don't know how fast Russia is in issuing passports. She might get it that day, or it might be a month or two. I don't know. Hey, Luke. One day closer. What are we, John Valjean? I mean, Les Miserables. We're red and black. That's for sure. That's the song in Les Miserables for you non-Miserables people. Good play, good movie, Les Miserables. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing they don't tell you about gold. I mean, another bank crash, Citizens Bank. Believe me, there's a lot more coming. And, they hide it, or the FTC takes over and they're hushed. They don't want you to know what's really going on, which is they're banking that we're idiots, but we're not. And that's why we go on YouTube and we find Alligator and Egon, because they tell us what's going on. And they give us the truth, not these idiots in the U.S. Anyway, so, yeah, I mean, the gold's really, you don't pay interest on it. You put your money in the bank, you put $100,000 in the bank, you make $5,000 in interest. You got to pay tax on it. Oh, that's interest income. How is that income? Oh, anytime your money grows, it's income. But if we have gold, we don't have money, do we? Well, we have money, we don't have fiat. So you don't know about it. So I don't have to pay an interest income. And when it goes up through the roof, if you got stocks and your stock goes from $50 to $100, they tell the government you made money on it. Even if you haven't sold it, you might have to pay a capital gains. I'm not sure how that works. But in gold, you don't. Nobody knows you have it. And if you're careful, nobody knows you sold it. And once you figure it out and hit the limits, if it's 10,000 in silver, you sell 9,000. You don't have to pay tax on it. But nobody knows you have it. It's the beauty, and they can't control you, and they can't tax you on it. And that's the problem with gold for them, not for us. For us, we walk around in the dark. Nobody knows we got it. And it's about to zoom big time. So I told Jenna, because I gave her gold and silver when I meet her. I said, just be patient. It's about to go. I said, I might give you some. You need money. I really don't want to spend my cash, but I can give you gold and you can turn it in and get cash that way. Because I got all the gold and silver that I'm like going, well, why don't I just give you a half ounce? You have $1,000, which is, 400,000 hryvnias, and you'll be fine. I mean, then you'll have money to do what you want. And this way I keep my paper money. So we will see. I know it's Veterans Day Monday. I'm not sure if I get my Social Security Monday or Friday. I got 2 credit cards due on Friday for some fucking reason. So I've got to either, do I have enough money in my account to cover the credit cards until I get the check or not? Now, as I showed you last time, there were banks that didn't get the direct deposits for the employees, the Wells Fargo. So here, several banks hit several U.S. banks hit by deposit delay. The Wells Fargo, the Bank of America, I think J.P. Morgan, Chase. So what happened was people get paid on Friday. It's a direct deposit. They didn't go through. Now, I've seen that before. It's bullshit. It's a glitch. Somebody didn't hit a button. I don't know what it was. Was it done on purpose? I don't know. But it's happening. Now, these banks are still there. This guy's saying FDIC sees Citizens Bank. Okay. So another bank, but we're not even surprised anymore because we know that's what's happening. Sub Bobby, what does that mean? Supper Bobby? You eating supper, Luke, or what? You guys talking riddles. I got to be Batman to figure it out. Anyway, so that's what's going on. So the banks, just get your money out of the banks. Just buy the gold and silver, and just go to sleep. You don't have to worry about anything. Because one day you're going to wake up and the gold price is going to be through the roof. So's the silver, and you'll go, oh, okay. The dollar collapsed. Oh, darn, I get Greg and John woke up. So anyway, that's we're very, very close. I think these wars, gold should be much higher, obviously, but as these wars go on, Russia is just that they're already doing oil for gold down in Saudi Arabia and Dubai. It's already you want our gold, you want our oil, we want gold. That's already going on, and then it's just simply a matter of when they come out with the ruble back by gold. It sounds like January, and we're in November, so it sounds real close. And that's what's going on. So that's happening very, very soon, and they'll need higher gold prices because there's too many people. There's too much dollars that have to be printed at $2,000 an ounce, which is a phony price, and it's the U.S. the derivative price. I think everybody wants the real physical supply-demand Canadian club price. They want, what is the real gold worth? What is this physically worth? Not not this price. We don't want this gold price anymore. We want the real gold price. So I think that's what everybody wants, especially, see, China and Russia have all the gold. They have 100,000 tons. They want it to go up. They're rich. We don't want it to go up because we don't have any gold. And the paper that we've been printing illegally and making it go to zero, we think we can just keep printing it. So we don't want to give up the printing. So it's all about money, right? We don't want to give this up because if we give this up, we're broke because we don't have any gold because we're so fucking stupid. We're not buying it at 2,000 an ounce for some reason. So because we're not, we don't want to lose this. Warren Buffett has $2 billion, doesn't want to lose his $2 billion, but it's all going to go to zero. So all the rich people who are trying to protect it don't want it to go to zero, and then they lose. They don't want to lose. The rest of China's sitting there going, fuck you. We want the gold price to go up. Gold price goes up, this goes out, and it's just a matter of time until that happens. But that's what you're getting is the fighting of keeping the gold, keeping the gold price down to keep the dollar, because the U.S. people are so stupid, they think the dollar has a value. And that's it. I just explained it because the people with the dollars don't want the gold price to go up. It's not done at market, it's done at paper. Derivatives keep the price down because they don't want competition, because the people printing the dollar don't want to keep printing the dollar. And the people with the money, with the dollars, don't want gold to go up because the dollar will go to zero, which is going to do anyway. And they'll go broke, and they don't want to do that. So that's why. But it's eventually, since Russia and China are our buddies here, will make the price of gold go up because it's in their best interest. And that's what Stone Cold wants. So that's what it is. So it's not at free market. Let's put it as simple as we can, Greg and John. It's not a free market item. It's a price fixed item. So the people with the dollars, the competition, don't want competition, so they keep it down. It's as simple as I can make it. So it's not a free market good like Canadian Club. Well, that's why I use it, because this is free market. You want this, you go to the store. What's it selling for? You buy it. The sales price is the free market price. You go to the barbecue place, you buy the ribs, that's free market. You buy Chinese, it's free market. Everything's free market but gold and silver, because it competes with the paper bullshit currency that's all worthless. So if they keep the price down, most people don't pay attention, and they want most people buying stocks because it's a Ponzi scheme. So they keep you in the stock market, they keep you in the bank, keeps you out of gold, and they keep making money on you. And that's the bottom line. COMEX is going to blow very soon. It can't keep because it needs physical. And there ain't much physical left at these prices. And Russia's already has some Russian exchange. And again, it's just with all these wars, the dollar's going to blow up because wars are not conducive to making money. Wars are very expensive. You got bullets, you got to feed the soldiers, you got to make tanks and planes, and you got to make missiles, and you know, all this shit, rocket launchers is expensive. So you can't have wars are not going to help you. They're going to hurt you. So they'll bankrupt you. So that's kind of where we're at. But I think that we're not in charge anymore. I think the Russians and Chinese are running America. And who does it benefit us to blow up? The Russians and Chinese. So that's who's in charge. And they want it to blow up. So they have all these bullshit wars where it costs a lot of money until we print ourselves to zero. It's sort of like somebody who eats chocolate, right? You eat candy bars and ice cream. And eventually you blow up so much that you have your stroke, your heart attack, and you die. Because you can't keep eating chocolate cream pie and ice cream and Oreos without an effect, right? So I'm eating all the sweets, I'm going to have the effect. And in this case here, you have the wars, eventually you're going to blow up because you can't keep doing the wars. They're too expensive. And that's really what the problem is. And that's why I don't believe, like Biden, he doesn't know what day it is. He's not running things. We all think Obama is, but he's probably taking orders from the Russians and the Chinese. I think they're the ones in charge. Probably the Chinese. And they benefit when we collapse because they want to be number one. Russia, I don't know if they want to be number one. They just want to have all the gold. Yeah, we're okay. We'll count our 35,000 tons over here. You guys do it. You guys do what you want. We're going to be counting gold for the next 6 years. You don't know what a Ponzi scheme is, Greg and John? Go watch Madoff. Madoff's a Ponzi scheme. I give you something for nothing. So you give me money, you give me $100, and I don't do anything with it, and I'll give you $10 back a month. But I need to get more money because I'm not investing your money. I'm just holding your money. And then I get Luke gives me $100. So out of his 100, I give you the 10. But now I owe Luke 10. So now I got to get Bobby to give me 100, and so on and so forth. So I'm taking the new money to pay the people that are money. I haven't invested it. But if I don't get another person to give me the $100, I can't pay everybody off, which is what happened with Bernie Madoff. It's a scam. They're really not investing the money. So they're not taking your money and investing it. And that's the Ponzi scheme. And that's really the stock market and the banks, the government, the whole thing's a Ponzi scheme. It's all just stealing your money. Here they're doing it by actually printing this to zero. That's the Ponzi scheme part of it. So you think you have $100, you have $2. What happened to my money? Oh, well, we printed so much of this, it's worthless. Oh, didn't we tell you? Didn't we tell you to buy gold? Oh, we didn't? Oh, I thought we did. That's how you prevent it. And that's exactly what's happening. So they're Ponzi scheming us with the inflation, which is why they don't have gold. They have paper currency, is to do that. And anyway, that's what's happening. So that's a Ponzi scheme there, Greg and John. It's not real. It's like Madoff was supposed to invest the money into a stock. That's what he told people. I don't know, Apple and Microsoft and that. And the money we make on it, I'll pay you back. Or he'll buy gold, whatever he's going to do. He's going to take your money to buy something, but he never did. He just kept the money, but he kept getting new money in. And again, his biggest mistake was not going to JP Morgan and having the Federal Reserve print him more money. If he would have done that, he'd still be doing it. And people would be making money for doing nothing, and Madoff would be making all this money for doing nothing, but he wasn't that smart. The Russians didn't tell him to do that, so he didn't do it. Don't kid yourself. It was the Russians and the mafia who were behind it, not him. That's why he didn't say anything, because they would have killed his family. We've seen it in a number of movies. That's what the mafia does. But if you take the fall and go to jail and don't say anything, we'll keep your family alive. And that's basically what he did. This was not him. This was run by the mafia. Don't fucking kid yourself. Everything's run by the mafia. If you don't be that naive. Sup equals what's up? I want you to say what's up. So what is S? What part of S is what? And then what's up? So it's S up, sup. Now I could see it being supper. I thought you were saying, Bobby, what are you eating for supper? That I would have made, I understand. Wonder if the banks will have to break down before gold goes ballistic. No, because Russia is already doing oil for gold. Once they roll out the ruble, it's nobody will see. Once nobody wants the dollar, because now they can see gold's got a good value, and they're going, well, the fuck do I want to be in a dollar? It's going to zero. I want to see. Once you realize that the dollar has no value and it's going to zero, once you realize that, you'll run to gold. But they're trying to sell it to you as prices going up. Oh, fucking Coke, they raised their 2 liter to $3. Those bastards. That's why you don't understand. It's the dollar. They're trying to blindside you by saying it's prices. It's not prices. It's not inflation. Inflation is you're printing the dollar to zero. That's inflation. The prices, there's no such thing as wage inflation. There's no such thing as shrinkflation. I love that. Yeah, the tuna is now only 3 ounces in the can instead of 4, but for the same price. That's shrinkflation. There's no such thing. These guys are fucking making things up. There's no such thing. I was watching The Big Short, and there's this guy in the casino, and he's saying he's a behavioral economist. What is that? What do you watch people? That's what Adam Smith did. He's not a behavioral economist. There's no such thing. There's no behavioral economics. What is he talking about? He's the father of it. Yeah, because it's all bullshit. And there's Austrian, which is classical, same thing. We're Keynesian. That's it. All this other stuff is just made up fantasy land to get you confused. Oh, Austrian's no good. Don't listen to that. Gold's not going to have a good price. Don't listen to that. And that's what these idiots try to get you to do, to get you off asking about gold, to get you to stay in the dollar. Oh, no, buy this stock. This stock's cheap. You're going to make $1 million. And it's always convincing you that you're going to make all this money without telling you that, by the way, the money is worthless. So even if you do make money, so let's say I buy this bottle for $100. It's going to go up to 1,000. Oh, okay. So it goes up to 1,000, and I go to sell it, and I get $1,000. Well, I'm still in this shit. So I got $1,000. Where did it get me? Oh, by the way, this isn't worth anything. So the $1,000 you just made is worth zero. Oh, if you'd have waited another month, the price is then in gold, and then you could have got a 1/4 ounce of gold for it, which is going for $15,000 an ounce of real money. Well, but we don't want to tell you that, so we don't get commission on that. The banks are breaking because of the interest rate anyway. Just if you have any money in the bank, just put it in a safe and put it under your pillow where Bobby's got all his silver and money. And I mean, what's the difference? Why do you need it in the bank? Safety. So you think it's safe there where the banks are going to say, well, you can't get your money? Or is it safer in home? I heard that some banks are actually closing accounts and not telling the people, but I'm not worried about that because I got a 0% credit card at Fifth Third where I bank. So if they do that, then they got to say goodbye to the balance transfer I just did. So I'm probably pretty safe there with the balance transfer. That the bank's going to close my account. I think all you do is open up a different account at a different bank, and then you move all your direct deposits and link your bills to the new. I had that with Flakestar. They closed my account because somebody tried to scam me. I said, oh, whatever. And I went to Fifth Third, and it's fine. You just go to a different bank. They want your business. Anyway, so that's about it. Western Union shut me down because I sent money to the girls. Like, why are you sending money to Europe? Well, my girlfriends are there. So all of a sudden I can't use Western Union now. Okay, fine. So I use MoneyGram or PayPal. Doesn't matter. But just understand that it's all a scam. It's the dollar. If you read your Constitution, I know you do, Luke. What does it say? The only real money is gold and silver, and there should never be a central bank. That's not legal in the Constitution to have a Federal Reserve or a central bank. It's not supposed to be there. My aunt always kept her money in a safe box at home. Yeah, well, that's what you should do. You don't need your money at the bank. You put it there for safety and to get the 1% interest, so you can pay tax on the 1% interest. So if you did have 10 grand in the bank and you're making 2% on it, you're making $200 a year, you get to pay tax on the 200. Maybe you come ahead with $25. Oh, joy. I have a high safe, not as tall as gun, but massive. I'm ready for constitutional dollars. Well, we have constitutional dollars. That's gold and silver. So you already have all that. I would just put it in your safe and hide your safe where people can't get to it. Good Lord, it's 5:30 and it's getting dark. That's what I hate about daylight savings. It's 5:30 and it's getting dark out. Silver box. Well, put your silver boxes somewhere else. Put your gold in the safe. How many silver boxes do you have? See, I got my silver in one place and my gold in another. And but the gold, see, that's the thing with the gold. My gold ounces is worth way more than my silver ounces. So that's why I tend to buy more gold. So yeah, I mean, so my silver, I can't even put them in the safe. That's the thing when I go on a trip, I'll take Jenna like 10 ounces of silver in that white case. And then it's easy to travel. And if I want to put some gold in it, and I just put it in my shoe when I go through the thing. You have 6 boxes of the silver. Yeah, you're probably good with silver. I would focus more on gold now. I know you just did. The problem I told the guys at the coin store with the gold is, it's 2,000 an ounce. I can stomach 200 for 10 ounces of silver, or give me a quarter ounce of gold for $550. That's fine. I mean, I can afford that, but I can't afford $2,000 every time I go in. I'm in your spot, Luke, where you've taken all your liquid money and bought gold and silver with it. So now it's the new money that comes in. It's hard to give them 2,000 every time. So that's what I say. I says, "Do you have any quarter? I'll buy the quarters, or I've got so much silver. I really don't want much more of that. I'd rather concentrate more on gold, at least until silver goes up. Then it'll be a pleasure." Why don't do away with daylight savings? Who knows? It's a stupid thing that throws off your body clock. I'm so tired. It's much later. It's 6:30 for me, even though it says 5:30. And getting up, I was up late Saturday night. Anyway, so I'm waiting to travel soon. Jenna, I think Jenna's sick, but she's not really telling me. She just had these medical things. And, I don't know. She wants to travel in December, and I got to meet Daria Christmas time. So I'll probably end up where they'll both want to meet Christmas, but I've already promised Daria. So Jenna, I'll just make up something and say, let's meet in January. I don't know. I'll think of something. Otherwise, haven't talked to Irina lately. I've been waiting. I've been watching this Stoic stuff. You guys want to learn something? Any new opportunities for work? No, nothing. I applied. I get a couple of phone calls. When can you come in to meet the VP to interview? And I say, I'm fine anytime. And then I don't hear from them. I'm not getting that follow-up meeting. That's the problem dealing with HR. You really want to deal with the finance manager when you meet. That's why I take contract work. Is usually they need you. It's good pay. It's quick. Like we need somebody right now, and they call you, and you talk right to the hiring manager. Like when I was in Philadelphia, Luke, the going there, I had the interview at 5:30 at the gate in Philadelphia. Going to Barcelona, I had the interview with the hiring manager, and that was Thursday night. We get there Friday morning, and then Monday afternoon, I got the job because I met with the hiring manager and I could give her what she needed. And that's how I do it. I hate when I get these interviews and go, why have you had so many jobs? Or why have you lost them? Or why did you leave them? Or something like that. And I go, it's like saying, you had a lot of girlfriends. Why did you leave the girlfriends? It's like, who cares? I work to buy gold and silver. That's it. I don't work to be at a company 20 years or 10 years or 5 years. If it's nice, Mercedes I was at 4, I loved it. That's unusual, but I don't leave companies, for any I leave for other opportunities, but I don't understand the question when they give me the question. Why did I leave? I don't know. I don't think about that. I don't think about negatives. I think about how many times I get hired, not what happened at the job. Well, it was a contract job. Usually their contracts, they end after 8 months or a year. Look at this. Harley was a 4-month contract. It was supposed to be a year. When I interviewed in Philadelphia, it was a year. I get the job. I'm like, oh, Jenna, I got it's a year contract. And then it goes 4 months, and they don't tell me. Like, what the fuck? So they ended it. It was only a 4-month contract, but they lied to me. What am I supposed to do? So I worked. Now I'm looking for a new job, and if I get it, for the last 6 months or a year, fine. All I care about is I get money in to buy more gold before it blows up. How do you explain that in an interview? These people are too stupid. So I wanted to show you this. I've been watching this Stoic stuff, which is pretty cool. I feel like this is all Stoic. This is like Marcus Aurelius from Rome. And so there's things on it. So, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. But this is like, if you get disrespected, how do you master disrespect, right? Somebody disrespects you, and that happens to me a lot. I get mad when they don't think I understand gold or something like that. And I'll say, like my friend yesterday on the phone, I told him about gold, just like I tell you guys. And he lives in Orlando, Bobby. He's near you. And I said, "Did you buy gold yet?" And he said, "No." I go, "What are you waiting for? You got a month left. I've been telling you this for a while, and you're still not buying it." I go, "That's very rude and disrespectful, because I'm telling you, I'm trying to help you. I don't make commission on it. And you're listening to what I'm saying, but you don't have the respect for me to think I'm smart enough, or you're just too fucking stupid to buy it. I don't know what it is, but it's disrespectful that you're not listening and understanding, and you're kind of blowing me off. I don't have time to waste talking to you about gold, and you're not even going to listen to it." So I just hung up on him. Like, that's disrespectful. So I watched this Stoic thing, and what they say is just you kind of keep calm. You don't like bitch back at them. Just like, well, okay, that's your problem. When the gold price goes up and the dollar goes out, don't come knocking the door at me. But it's kind of saying, like, when they say somebody says bad things, it's because they don't know what to say, or because they have their own insecurities. It's not about you, and you shouldn't like overreact and start bitching. You should just be calm and just not acknowledge it. And that'll bother them more than the disrespect, is that you don't respond to it. So that's kind of how the Stoics do it. But it's a whole lot of stuff there. It was talking about like girls, and it said you shouldn't be calling them too much, and let them. It was really good about Irina. So it was kind of saying, you got to be an asset to them, so they realize how important you are to them. That's how you got to do with girls. You can't be, where are you? How are you? You can't be this little insecure 5-year-old that we hate. You kind of be silent and not needing them, and then they will realize that they need you and how important you are. And that's what you got to get to in a relationship. So that's what I'm doing with Irina now. I'm not talking. And when she needs me, then she'll contact me. I got a phone call from an old girl. She hasn't, we text once in a while. She hasn't called me in a while. So she called me last night, and I what does she want? And she needed money. And it's like, When they need money, they'll call you. And I told her no. I says, I don't have the money now. And I explained to her, though, I was like, look, all my money's in gold and silver. I had given you a quarter ounce when we were together. And I don't have money. I don't keep money. I put it all in gold and silver, and I'm not going to sell it at these ridiculously low prices. So I can maybe give you a little when I get my check on Monday or Friday. But that's how you're supposed to answer it. So you be nice. You don't be rude. You don't yell at them, but you be stoic, and you just are kind of like very calm, and you respect them because that's what the values that you have. You should be respectful to people. So you don't disrespect them, even if they disrespect you or they ask you for money or something. And you're like, how do I say no? I don't want to say no to them. I don't want to hurt the friendship. But if you just stay calm and explain and say, look, I don't have the money now, then they'll be okay. And, if that's the only reason they're calling, then they're not friends anyway. So what the fuck? Can lead a horse to water. Exactly. The wise will reap the benefits of this global game changer, praying I can sell the metals and buy a house. Well, you won't have to sell the metals to buy the house. You'll buy the house with the metals. See, look, what'll happen is, so let's say this is $100 and the dollar goes to zero. What's this worth? Zero. However, there'll be a new medium of exchange, which will be gold and silver. So now this will be worth, let's say, a quarter ounce of gold. Let's say it'll probably be worth a quarter ounce of silver, a silver quarter. And that'll be worth like $100. That's what this will be worth. So it gets changed from dollars to gold and silver. That's how it's going to get valued. And you won't have any problems praying I can sell the metals. Why are you worried about that? Just go to the coin store. The coin store will continue to sell it. So if I want to, I go to my coin store a few miles away, and I go, here, I want to sell this gold coin, and it's worth $50,000. They're going to write me a check, and I'm going to go to the bank and cash the check. That's all I'm going to do. I don't know why you think you'll have a problem selling it. It's just like any other asset. The problem will be when there's no dollars. So there'll be new dollars printed in 2024, which probably won't have much of a value. And then you really don't want to sell your gold directly for money. What you want to do is sell your gold for the asset. So you'll find a house and you go to the buyer. You don't want to use the realtor. You want to go right to the buyer, and you're going to say, how much is your house? Well, when the dollar collapses, the house will be worthless in dollars. Now it's got to be into the gold universe. That's what I'm saying. The dollar universe collapses, but there has to be financial, so it goes into a gold universe. So now gold, that's what the gold-backed currency of the BRICS is, right? And not everybody's going to be walking around with a half ounce of gold. You're going to have dollars that are going to say, well, this is $5 of gold, or this is a half ounce of gold. So they'll be priced in with gold backing. So this dollar's backed by gold. Just take it to the bank. They'll give you $5 of gold with it or whatever, and the banks will have the gold. Problem in the U.S. is we don't have any gold and silver. So we'll have to go to BRICS countries where they do have the gold and silver to do it. And it restricts the government because they can't print. And you can't have your JP Morgans printing dollars. And that's really what happens. So with that said, that's how things get repriced. And the problem here, I don't know if they think it's going to be digital currency, but if it's digital fiat, if it's not backed by gold, it's still worthless. Understand, any dollar, if it isn't backed by gold, it's worthless. It must be backed by gold or silver, usually gold. And otherwise, it's worthless. I don't care what they throw at it, it's worthless. And just like I say, this is absolutely, where's my corner edge? This is absolutely worth zero now. There is no value on this, theoretically. This is worth the same as this, right? These are worth the same. Nothing. But if they're going to give us gold money for our nothing, we'll take it. Oh, for 2,000 nothings, I can get an ounce of gold. That's going to be worth, a house. Yeah, I'll do that. Where do I get in line? How much, and that's really what the goal is to do that. So don't worry, you'll be able to sell your metals because it's a market. There's always markets. There's always demand. You can sell your gold right now. You can sell your silver. Go to the coin store, take 10 ounces of silver, and he's going to give you $23 an ounce for it. When it hits 2,000, you'll get $2,000 an ounce for it. So you're just waiting for the price to go up, and they'll give you whatever it won't be spot. I don't know what it'll be. Whatever the Russians market at is what it'll be. And they can't keep selling it at 2,000 because they keep buying it hand over fist. And once the COMEX runs out of gold, they're done. Because you must, with the tier 2, tier 3 things and everything, you have to sell the gold that you're doing the options on, which they can't do because they don't have it. So it's just about done. We don't have 8,000 tons. We don't have 800 ounces. We don't have 8 ounces. We got nothing. We sold it all because we didn't think gold was anything because the Keynesians are too fucking stupid to realize anything. So that's what you have running everything are the Keynesians who are basically communists. They want to control everything, so they don't want you to have gold, and they don't want to market, and they want to tell you what to do, and that's the worst thing you could have. You want to have. I mean, I'm thinking like, why don't people want like when I talk gold? Because they want freedom to make their own decisions, right? I don't want to be, unless I ask you, I don't want you coming up and telling me to buy gold. However, if you present it properly and get the guy interested, even the commie wants to buy gold now. I talked to him the other day, and now he's going through divorce. Probably she was probably a capitalist, and he's a communist. He couldn't say, or she probably knew. She probably learned he reads Karl Marx, and she's, I got to get a divorce. This guy's an idiot. And anyway, so he says, as soon as I get money, I want to buy gold. I says, well, you better hurry up because you'll never see it at this price again. So even the commies realize gold's good, but that's the thing. Oh, look at Russia. It's all, well, I don't know if it's communist anymore. Luke, I heard 1% of people have precious metals. No, 1% of the capital is in precious metals. So if there's $1 billion in the world, 1% of it is in gold. Not 1% of the people, but 1% of the assets are in gold. But what's misleading about that is the assets aren't worth what they used to be. I'm watching an old TV show, and it was like the goal was to be a millionaire. Now it's to be a billionaire. And because the dollar's lost so much value, now it's a billionaire. Well, gold's still sitting there. So 1 ounce of gold to the trillions now is, but if it was still millions, it'd be a lot higher. It's probably like 5 or 6 percent. But because the dollar keeps going down and down in value, it still looks like 1%, but it's not really 1%. That's one. If you bring the dollar back, then it's probably 5%. But, like my friend said, Julia, she says, fuck them. If they don't want to listen to you, I would just ignore it. But I'm trying to help them. She says, why? Don't help them. They should, if they don't want to buy, that's more for us. And now I kind of get what she's saying. I don't want everybody running to the coin store and then I can't buy. So I want to be able to go and buy. So that's kind of what's going on there. But yeah, it's but that's where we're headed. We're headed, like I say, we're on the Titanic. We've hit the iceberg, and we're already in the lifeboat. As soon as it hits the iceberg, we're in the lifeboat. We're not waiting. And the frenzy is about to happen once people realize that the boat's sinking. And that's what this is. So we're already in the lifeboat. We're bought gold and silver up to our ears. As much as we can buy, we want to buy more. We can never buy enough. And once people realize this is gone, then there'll be the frenzy into gold and silver because there's nowhere else to go. Believe me, if we could buy euro or Swiss franc or British pounds, that's what we'd be buying. We wouldn't buy gold. But there's no other place to go, so you have to buy gold. Plus, we like gold because you can't print it. There's no risk. There's zero risk of it being inflated and losing its value. So it can't lose its value. Then is there a market for it? Will people buy it? Of course, especially once the frenzy happens and people realize the dollar is worthless and the only place to go is gold. Then you're gonna see big prices, and then Russia and China pushing. You'll see big prices. So don't worry about seeing big prices. It's there. It's just the U.S. going, we don't want it. No, we want the dollar. We print the dollar. And you're kind of like, well, why don't you print the dollar and buy gold with the dollar? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Well, we don't like gold. Well, I know you don't like it, but you can't. See, they don't get the concept. If you keep printing the dollar, it's worthless. So they think they're like the little roaches in the dark. It's like, we'll just keep printing them and we'll have all this money. And then somebody's saying, but if you keep printing it, it's going to lose money. It's going to go to zero. Why don't you buy gold with the money you're printing? Oh, no, gold. We don't want gold. We want to keep printing the money. Gold doesn't have a value because we're keeping the price down. So everybody stays in it and they think it'll just keep happening. And then we're shining the light and they're all scattering going, we don't want gold because we can't, because we're criminals. We can't print it. So that's what you have. It's the most corrupt country I've ever seen in my life. You can't trust. You don't trust the judge. You don't trust an election. You don't trust the money. You don't trust politicians. There's so many people breaking the law that aren't getting prosecuted. All of San Francisco is like a job. I was watching this movie in San Francisco, and you just see the streets, and people are walking, business people. There's no homeless on the sidewalk, and it's a nice city. And like today, you're just, Jesus Christ, look what happened to it. Why are all these homeless on the main street? Like, what the fuck is going on? That's the problem. And this is what the society is. And it's not right. Why isn't anybody what is the incentive of keeping it crappy? I don't know. I can't figure that out, but it sucks. So somebody wants to go to Frisco. Carmen wanted to go to Frisco. Says, there's no way I'm going to Frisco. We'll get killed. And we can't go anywhere because nothing will be open because it's all shut because of that. So why would we even want to go? I do like, Fisherman's Wharf, and I do like the Golden Gate Bridge, and I assume those are open. And I assume the news is only showing you the bad areas where the people are intense. Like if you go to Vegas, there's a few homeless, like in the bridge between the Bellagio and Caesars. But if you walk around it, there's not homeless all over. And you walk into the casino, it's very nice. You go into the restaurants, it's very nice. So you really don't have that problem, except for a few areas. I'll give you a quick Vegas story. So I'm walking from the Tuscany to Caesars Sunday morning for football. And some guy's there with his dog, and he's homeless. He's sleeping on rocks. So I go to him like, do you bet football? And he says, yeah. I handicap football. I usually sell my picks, but I'll tell you what, I'll give you my pick, whatever it was. And he runs to bet it. He's homeless, but he runs to bet and the game won. So the game wins, and he made money. And I see him later, and I go, and he says, "Thanks for the pick." And so he's homeless, but he bets football, and he probably plays poker. That's the other Ponzi scheme part of it. You think these guys they're oh my God, they're poor, they're homeless. Yeah, he probably makes $100,000 a year. He then drives to his house, and he's probably got a $200,000 house in Vegas. But every other day he sleeps on the rocks to make money to pay the payments. But he bets football. I thought that was the most perfect thing. I handicapped. Do you bet? And he goes, yeah. It's just like, oh God, I loved it. I've had times where people recognize me there. I was playing poker, and one guy knew me. I had no idea who he was, and he slides over $100 of poker chips. Well, it's money. So he gives me $100. I give him the picks. He goes and bets them. We had a good day, and we won. But I didn't know who he was, and he paid me. He just slid $100 in the $5 chips to me for the picks. And the other guys at the table are looking like, what's going on? But you would have thought they would have then paid me for the tips, but they didn't. So I was like, okay, whatever. So I make money in the strangest places. I love that. But yeah, I don't know. I know some of you guys are going to Vegas for Thanksgiving, but I don't know. I can't really. I could go, but then if I'm meeting Jenna and Daria, I can't do it until gold goes up. When gold goes up, I can travel anywhere I want. Then it'll be no problem. But I do hear in 2024 we will need, I think, passports or visas to go to regular Europe. Right now, you only need it to go to Russia, but to go to like Berlin or to go to Jesus Christ, to go to Amsterdam. I couldn't think of Amsterdam really. To go to Amsterdam or Austria or Switzerland. I think to go to main Europe, you'll need some sort of, I think it's a visa, a travel visa, but it's supposedly really cheap and you get it online. So it's like $5 to get this. Like, really? That's what I like now. I can go to Turkey and I don't need a visa. The only place I need a visa for is Russia. So I tend to want to go to other countries so I don't need the headache of getting a Russian visa. Anyway, so we're just waiting for it's tough for me now because I got all this that I'm waiting for the price to go up. And it's tough on the girlfriends because they need money and I give them something, but I can give them a lot more, but they don't understand. Like Jenna, I don't think understands. She says it's worth 2,000. It's not going anywhere. Or silver's worth 25. Well, and she doesn't get, well, wait, when it's 2,000, then we'll see, but it's just taking time. Just hold it. I'd go to Vegas with you, Professor. Maybe when gold goes nuts, we can get Bobby to go. Yeah, well, or we can go to Tampa and meet Bobby there. Yeah, some of the other football guys are going Thanksgiving. They'll be the day after Thanksgiving. So they invited me, and I'm like, well, we'll see. Again, it's just it's hard to spend a lot until the gold goes up, and I don't want to start cashing in my gold to go on a trip at these prices now. That's when I can see when it's 20, 30,000, I can see selling a quarter ounce, getting, well, let's say it's 5, 10, let's say it's 20,000. So then I cash in a quarter ounce for $5,000 and then I can go on trips and make sure I pay for everything. But when the dollar goes out, I believe not only will your bank accounts go to zero, but your credit cards will go to zero and your house will go to zero. That's the thing with the debt. When you explode the debt, you explode the assets. So once the dollar's zero, all the assets associated will be priced in zero. Like I said, this goes to zero, even though it's worth $100. Let's say, I don't know what it's worth. Let's say it's 100. It goes to zero now because you can't accept dollars. You're not going to accept dollars because they don't have a value. So then, well, we'll have to wait for the next medium of exchange. And the only thing that can work is a dollar backed by gold and silver. But for that, you actually need gold and silver. Now they might go to China and say, we want to come out with gold and silver, or we might want, I'll tell you what, allow the BRICS here, or we'll rent your gold so we can have gold-backed currency. Because if one person has gold-backed currency, i.e. the Romans, they win, right? So China wins. Now what do? Any currency we come out with that isn't backed by gold and silver is worthless. So we need gold and silver to have our gold-backed currency. So where are we going to get the gold from? The Chinese, because the Russians ain't going to give it to us. So we need the Chinese to give us some gold and silver so we can have gold-backed currencies. So we have something worth value. So we can buy their stuff because we're fucked. So like Daria, I help her with rent, right? I'm going to give her $200 tomorrow for rent. And I don't know what I'm going to do when the ruble is going to be gold back. Then it'll be $200. We'll buy 1 ruble, 1 gold back ruble. And I don't know how I'm going to help her then, because I won't have that kind of money unless I sell the gold and silver. So once gold and silver goes up, then we'll just do it that way. But this is what you got to think of. Anything coming from China, so if we're getting goods from the U.S., the price won't really affect us because it's in dollars, right? It's when you're getting goods from China, Russia, India, any place that has this gold-backed currency is worth a lot more. The currency is worth more, so it's going to take more dollars to buy it. So let's say we get TV sets from China. Well, now they're $200. Well, $200 now, but once they come in with the gold back price, it's going to be $20,000 to buy the TV because it's priced in gold back currency, which is going to be worth a lot more than our dollar. So you will lose control of it. That's what's happening, right? So we run the FX market, and so our dollar's worth more. So therefore we're fine. But that's why when I go to like Ukraine, it's 35-1. So I go get a nice steak dinner. It costs me $15 because they can't charge the $50 they need to charge here because the people in the Ukraine can't afford to buy the steaks. So they have to figure out what the market price is for the steaks. I don't know how they do it because it's got to cost them money, and then they got to make it. I don't know how they can possibly make a steak and make profit on it. Because let's say it costs them 20, but they can only sell it for 15. Yet somehow they do it. But so that's what I noticed. So when I am in the Ukraine, I'm loving it because everything's so cheap for me because I have dollars and it's $1 buys me 35 hryvnias. But 35 hryvnias doesn't buy you a whole lot either. So I get like $300 and I've got like 5,000 hryvnias, and it lasts me 3 days, between cabs and food. Where did all the money go? So I don't know how they live there. So that's why Jenna's all crazy. But she won't come here. So, what can I say? When the war ends, maybe I go there. But now with Daria, I'll probably go to Russia. I don't know. We'll have to see where I can use my gold most effectively. We'll have to stop in Switzerland to meet Egon. He makes a lot of money because he holds the gold for you in his vaults in the mountain. They're like 200 feet in the mountain. There's a vault that Egon runs. It's hysterical. But it's only if you have $5 million, so I can't even put my money in it. Not now, anyway. But anyway, I think that's about it. Jesus, 4.5 hours. No wonder I'm punchy. Anyway, have a good day. Your free pick, USC over with the San Diego Chargers as fucking dogs. Go believe that one. I've got 2 locks already posted. One is a 35-unit lock, biggest lock of the year so far. I don't call it lock of the year because I don't know what I can have next week, or maybe I find a bigger one this week. But right now, that's the lock, and then we'll go as we go on. But definitely really strong play. All right, everybody, www.teaserking.com. Have a nice night. I don't know what I got to make chicken, and I can't. I'm too tired, so I don't know what I'll do. Thank you, Luke. Take care. Bobby, wherever you are. Joy. All right, everybody. Have a good night. Take care. www.teaserking.com for the pics and my email and all the other stuff.